A very warm welcome from Vienna here at the Institute for the Danube region in Central Europe. I'm very excited that we are going to spend an afternoon with not only very distinguished guests, but also with a, for us at least, new format, which is a hybrid live stream international conference, just called Ukraine in East Central Europe, keeps bilateral relations and prospects of multilateralism in the region. I'm briefly going to introduce you to the persons who are in the room. My name is Sebastian Schäffer. I'm the managing director of the Institute for the Danube region in Central Europe. Right next to me is Andreas Umland, who is, amongst others, involved with the Ukrainian Institute for the Future and one of our newest members of the International Council of IDM. Andreas, a pleasure to have you with us. And then to my far right is an old cooperation partner of IDM. We met a couple of years ago at the DRC Summer School. It's a pleasure to welcome you here in our office, Martin Malek, who is from the National Defense Academy of Austria in Vienna. And I'm sure we have a lot of things to talk about, a lot of people watching us, and you're excited to ask questions, and therefore I will limit my time in the beginning and hand over directly to Reinhard Kluczek, who is from the Pan-Europa Union here in Vienna, one of the two co-organizers of this conference. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Also a warm welcome from my side for this very interesting conference. Thanks to Andreas Umland, who was working on that we can have this conference, and for all others who supported it. We are speaking about the Ukraine, and you might remember what Mr. Lavrov, the Minister for Foreign Affairs from Russia, said when the protests against Lukashenko, the not re-elected president of Belarus, said, when the protests against him started, he said it's a geopolitical question. And the president of the European Council replied and said it's a humanitarian question. Well, both are right, but we should listen to what Lavrov told us, because when Lavrov is speaking about a geopolitical question, then this means for him geopolitics from the Russian interpretation. And this in consequence means the sphere of interest which should belong to Russia or should be somehow under the control of Russia. And that's not only about Belarus, but the same with Ukraine. We remember all the things that happened there, from the Green people in the Crimea, from the Maidan, etc., etc. One point in the program today is the question of EU perspective for the Ukraine, etc. We have to face the fact that Ukraine is in the moment in the so-called neighborhood policy. Neighborhood policy means that Ukraine is a neighbor of the European Union, and this neighborhood policy does not include a membership perspective. I think that's very important to mention, and therefore from our side, from the Pan-European Union, we are asking, or this is one of our topics when we talk about Ukraine, we have to change this kind of neighborhood policy in a policy that gives a perspective for the Ukraine to join the European Union as soon as the Ukraine is ready and soon as the people and the government of Ukraine want to do it. So in this sense, I'm very much looking forward for what we will hear today, and hope for a very interesting discussion.
Thank you very much. And now, Andreas, please.
Yes, thanks, Reinhard, for this already substantive introduction to our conference. I want to speak maybe a little bit more about the conference so that you know how we came up with this idea, what it is about. This was originally planned to be held in the Diplomatic Academy in the usual conference format, with an audience, with interaction between the audience and the speakers. Then this fell victim in a way to the Corona crisis. Now it has also just come out in about a hour ago that Professor Heinemann-Grüder, who was supposed to be the first speaker on the European Union, will not be able to join us because he is here in Vienna right now, but he has to make a test and for the COVID, and in order to get back to Germany, so he couldn't join us. This is also the sort of the framework now for our setting here, that we will have still a conference, but partly you will see this will be the production of a podcast. One could say it still has a little bit of a conference format, but in another way it has become a sort of production exercise. And that is the format that we have now ended up, and I think that is the way that we have now scheduled it as a 5-hour one-time session without any intermissions in between is under the circumstances the most useful, I would say, format, because we will have a live stream over these 5 hours. We're going to sit here now, and we will then also have a very long video about the issue. If you have looked on the program carefully, perhaps some of you will find the program somewhat strange, because if you know a little bit how Ukrainian diplomacy works these days, then the main motto of today Ukrainian diplomacy is nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And if you look at our program for this conference, then it's basically everything about Ukraine without Ukraine. And this is the sort of the reversal of these of this slogan that many Ukrainians nowadays and not just slogan, but a guideline that many Ukrainians think as being fundamental for Ukrainian foreign relations, as being something that has to be always observed. And in a way, you could say that this whole conference is a provocation. In this way, that we will only have at the end of the conference a statement by Pavlo Klimkin, who the former foreign minister of Ukraine, who has, by the way, been the sort of the inspirer of this conference. He has come up initially with the idea of having such a conference, and the way that we have then framed the conference as being basically a non-Ukrainian conference about Ukraine has I think a good reason, a very fundamental reason. And that is that in Ukraine, the international embeddedness, or the lack of international embeddedness, is a topic that is almost always there. This is the topic of almost all the political discussions that I've been to over the last 18 years in Kyiv, that the lack of international embeddedness, and to be at once very concrete, the non-membership of Ukraine in NATO and the European Union is, in a way, Ukraine's main issue. And then the origins of this conference were such that for now, as Reinhard has already indicated, Reinhard Klotzig has already just indicated, for now, the prospects for an accession of Ukraine to either the EU or the NATO are dim, unfortunately. Ukraine has an official membership perspective from NATO from the 2008 Bucharest summit, but it does not even have an official and explicit membership perspective from the relevant organs of the EU. The European Parliament has several times voted in favor of giving Ukraine a membership perspective, but there's no explicit, formally yet formulated membership perspective. And then the question is, as we are now also entering a phase in which both the European Union and NATO are becoming more introverted. They are absorbed by internal problems, by, for instance, Brexit. NATO is redefining itself. What should countries like Ukraine do in the meantime? And this is not at all a trivial question, as Ukrainians have bitterly learned over the last years, and as other countries who are also not internationally embedded had to learn in the post-communist area before. So, in fact, what the path that Ukraine has gone over the last 6 years is, one could argue, merely a belated entry into the usual path that non-embedded countries in the post-communist area have entered already earlier. If you look at especially the post-Soviet area, the post-communist area is maybe somewhat more complicated within Europe, counting the Southern Caucasus into Europe here, then there's a very clear picture that those countries that have been internationally embedded are still in full control of their territory. They are non-failed states, whereas exactly those four countries, at least in the post-Soviet area, and maybe one could even extend that to the Western Balkans, to the successor countries of Yugoslavia, as well as to Albania, those countries that are internationally embedded are in full control, and those that are not internationally embedded are not in full control of their territory, namely Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. And I'm leaving here out the successor states of Yugoslavia because I know them less, but there seems to be an almost similar picture here, that those countries that did not manage to get into either the EU or NATO, they have basically failed to preserve the territory, or at least what they regard as their territory. So international embeddedness is a crucial question, and Ukrainians know that, of course, very well, and Ukrainians want to solve that issue. But the problem, as I see it at least, is here on the other side, that for other countries, this is not as much a problem, of course, and that there are a lot of requests from the side of Ukraine, especially to the member countries of NATO and the EU, but also to other countries in terms of improving the international embeddedness. And there is, I think, so far insufficient reflection from the other side. So what do the countries that could increase international embeddedness of Ukraine actually do? What are the experiences so far? And that is then the background for the particular program of this conference, that we have here requested statements on bilateral and multilateral relations of Ukraine from non-Ukrainians. What do non-Ukrainians think in the countries that may in the future have closer bilateral relations, or that may have closer relations within a multilateral setup with Ukraine? What are the sort of the experiences from the side of non-Ukrainians about the past of Ukraine's foreign relations and the future of Ukraine's foreign relations with these international organizations or with these countries? So this is the first justification, as I would see it, for the particular setup of this conference. And I would admit that it is a little bit strange setup in that we have only during the last session a Ukrainian speaking, namely Pavlo Klimkin. And the other reason is a more practical one, that there was in 2017 a somewhat similar project to this one here by the New Europe Center called the Foreign Policy Audit, which was a larger project, which included a whole number of countries around the world and the foreign relations of Ukraine with these countries. And if you look at this project by the New Europe Center, which, as you may know, is a very prolific Ukrainian think tank in Kyiv, then there was sort of an audit made. This was an audit made of Ukraine's foreign relations, mainly done by Ukrainians. Some of the some representatives of the countries that were researched by the New Europe Center were included in this project. But if you look at the program of this project, I think there were around 20 countries around the world with which the foreign relations of Ukraine were researched. But the main body of authors, or the main circle of authors here, were Ukrainians who were assessing from, so to say, Ukrainian perspective, the foreign relations of Ukraine with this or that country. And we have decided here to make it exactly the opposite, and to see what do the other countries, what do people who look at international organizations from a non-Ukrainian perspective have to say about the future of Ukraine's, the past and the future of Ukraine's bilateral and multilateral relations. And I would say that basically it would make sense to have similar conferences for Moldova's foreign relations, for Azerbaijan's foreign relations, for Georgia's foreign relations, exactly for those countries that are, like Ukraine, not internationally embedded. One wonders, of course, whether the international embeddedness that Belarus and Armenia have acquired by signing the collective security treaty with Russia in the early 1990s, by then entering the organization of the collective security treaty, by then entering the Eurasian Customs Union and later on the Eurasian Economic Union, or even in the case of Belarus by signing a union treaty with Russia, whether this is a good way to increase your international embeddedness, because you may not become a formally failed state as a result of such international embeddedness, but one could ask how much you actually preserve national sovereignty if you go into such an alliance, such a marriage, if you like, with Russia. But this is maybe a too far-going topic for now. This was just my sort of introduction to this particular conference, an explanation why we have this peculiar, if you like, setup for the conference. The situation is now such that unfortunately we will not have the lecture by Andreas Heinemann-Grüder that was announced, because he had to do a COVID test, and we will move straight to the first bilateral relations of Ukraine. And I could now spend some time, or we could all spend here some time to discuss the European Union. But I think, as Rainer Klutzek has already indicated, for the time being, in a way, for these four countries, or at least for the three countries that have the association agreements with the European Union and that are seeking an accession to the European Union, basically the story is that this is not for the next years, unfortunately, I would say, not on the agenda. And I would also venture to speculate that something similar goes for the membership perspective, the existing membership perspectives of Georgia and Ukraine that have been promised accession by NATO, but I'm afraid will also not enter soon NATO. And that's why we now have to talk about other international relations of Ukraine, and to see what other international relations could be, so to say, improved in the meantime. What should countries like Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and perhaps also Azerbaijan do before they before they become properly embedded internationally, before they enter powerful international organizations that increase their security and economic integration? What to do in the interregnum? That would be another title, so to say, for our conference. What should Ukraine, and I would say something similar goes for Moldova, Georgia, and perhaps even Azerbaijan, what should these countries do as long as they remain in the gray zone, in the geopolitical gray zone in which they have, at least in the case of Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, found themselves involuntarily, which they, of course, would like to exit, but will, I'm afraid, not have the opportunity in the next years to actually do so. I'm not sure how we are now, whether Agnieszka Legutska has already entered our Zoom conversation. If she is in, then she could speak already, but otherwise I would perhaps then suggest that Angela will present her paper on Ukrainian-Romanian relations, if she is ready to speak now.
Maybe we can just give a small hint to the audience who's watching the live stream that we are monitoring the comments on our YouTube channel. And if you want to ask a question, we're going to handle that. But for now, we are going to listen to the first presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this important conference for us, not only for the audience, because we are working on this bilateral dialogue between Romania and Ukraine for a couple of years, and for the Association of Experts for Security and Global Affairs from Bucharest, it's very, very important topic. My name is Angela Grămadă. I'm the president of the Experts for Security and Global Affairs Association. And 1 year ago, we started a very important program for us, the civil society dialogue between Romania and Ukraine for cooperation. And during this program, we have implemented a few activities. One of them was the forum of the civil society. And after this forum followed a country paper which was presented to the Romanian audience. Our interest is to improve the content of the Romanian debate on Ukraine, because there are a lot of mistakes that we are doing. And there are a lot of unknown things about Ukraine and Romania. So I will start with the fact that the bilateral dialogue between Romania and Ukraine is a complex one. And this is generated by the multitude of different interests that we have as state actors. And following the annexation of Crimea 6 years ago, Romanian authorities have started to treat differently Ukraine because it was important for us to have a neighbor that follows democratic principles and processes of European integration. But it was not all the time in this way. So we had difficult periods in the past, because my subject for this presentation was to present not only the present, the current situation in the bilateral dialogue, but also to present some things that have created problems for the bilateral dialogue. In the first stage, when we had the first contact between Romania and Ukraine, we had a difficult period to know each other. That means to elaborate and to negotiate the bilateral treaty between our two countries. The second stage was from 1997 until 2004. The development of law cooperation was obvious, because it was a small interest from the Romanian part, but also from the Ukrainian side. And the only thing that we have improved was the cooperation among these two countries within the Partnership for Peace project. Also, it was important to highlight here that Romania has sustained Ukraine with NATO integration, and even during the Bucharest summit. But unfortunately, the result was to not accept Ukraine in NATO. Between 2010 and 2014, we had a stable situation in the bilateral dialogue. That means without any kind of interaction, it was just a stable period of time. Only after 2014, Bucharest decided to treat in a different manner Ukraine, because it was obvious that the Russian Federation is approaching our borders. So we have decided to ratify all three association agreements for Moldova, for Ukraine, and for Georgia at one time. And that's why now we are witnessing an improvement in the bilateral dialogue. Actually, the main problems between Romania and Ukraine are related to the ethnic minorities. The Romanian one in Chernovtsi region, and also the Moldovan one. For Ukrainians, there are Moldovans. For Romania, we are treating them as Romanians. And also some economic issues that were in the past causing some trouble for the Romanian authorities. And I mean here the Krivoy Rog project, with a lot of lost money from Romanian side. As I mentioned, we had some other issues that caused some problems or difficulties in the bilateral dialogue. That was Bystroy Channel near Danube River, also the delimitation of the continental shelf, and the delimitation of the economic zones between Romania and Ukraine. And we, as experts from Bucharest, experts who knows what is causing such difficulty in the bilateral dialogue, try to look very careful at the solution. And we have invited a lot of political actors, a lot of public institutions from Romania, in order to explain why Ukraine is acting in this way and not in another way. As we are convinced that civil society can be a partner for both authorities in this regard. As I mentioned, the strategic approach of Romania to Ukraine was in the first stage to treat this state as a part of the post-Soviet region, with post-Soviet mentality. This was a wrong strategy, because only after 2014, the Romanians discovered that Ukrainians are not actually Russian people. After 2010, we have included Ukraine in our Black Sea vision strategy. And only after 2014, after the Crimea annexation and the war in Eastern Ukraine, we have started to see our neighbor in a very, very different way. I would like to speak a few minutes about the last visit of Dumitru Kuleba in Bucharest. It was last week, and it was a very important visit for the Ukrainian part. Why? Because nothing has changed in the last 3 years in our bilateral dialogue, and the problem is also related to the Romanian minority in Ukraine. Actually, the difficulty or the problem seems to be the law of education, or the policy of education and language. For Romania, these are very important topics, and this stopped us to improve and to create other opportunities, not only on the political level, but also for the economy, to improve our bilateral trade exchanges. The Romanian minority in Ukraine was discussed last week, and Ukraine mentioned once again to the Romanian authorities that they will take into consideration the Venice recommendations and all the experts' opinions related to those two laws. And at the same time, the Ukrainian part stated that it is also very important that the Romanian side to respect and to fulfill the obligation to create the environment for the Ukrainian minority in Romania. For those who don't know about this, but we have around 60,000 Ukrainians in Romania, and all of them are very integrated in the Romanian society. Also, another topic on this discussion, on the agenda of this discussion, were the economic cooperation with an extension to the regional energy cooperation. And I know for sure that the experts are very pleased that this topic was included in the agenda of the visit. Why? Because we think that Romania can do more, not only for Moldova but also for Ukraine. Just to be clear, for Moldova is our strategic partner, And all the time that we are discussing the region, we are discussing the region from Moldova perspective. What we can do for Moldova in order to, what we can do with other countries in order to improve our presence in Moldova in a good way, in a positive way, to improve the general condition of the inhabitants in these countries, because we have cultural, historical, common identity. And it was decided to create a group of experts from the Ministry of Energy from both sides. And I think that in the near future, in a few months, we will have some new debates, new meetings among the experts, and maybe this will also have impact on the energy independence of the Republic of Moldova. Also, it was discussed to improve the cooperation in the infrastructure field. It was discussed about the Isakcha-Orlovka point, border point. And this was another issue that it was included in the agenda in the cooperation between Romania and Ukraine for many, many years. And only in 2020 it was possible to open this point for the economic agents and for the citizens of both countries. Important is also the thing that both parts are still trying to increase the capacity of the public institution to support each other in the field of cybersecurity cooperation. As Romania took the responsibility to manage some projects, or NATO projects that are that have as beneficiaries the Ukrainian part. And another thing is that we have some cooperation in the IT sector, but it can be improved if we will find the willingness from both parts, not to stop only to the minority issue, but also to advance our cooperation in the economic field or in the energy field. And that means that to not use the minority subject only to get support from the voters that are on the Ukrainian territory or on Moldovan territory. If you have questions, I will gladly answer to them. And thank you once again for inviting me to take part in this conference.
Okay, thanks a lot, Angela. I think that was an excellent introduction. I'm in a way even happy that because of the problems we had here with the COVID and so on, and with the technicalities that you have presented first, because the Romanian relations are perhaps those relations of Ukraine that are among at least the neighboring countries, the most underdeveloped one, I would say, with the greatest potential. I'm also grateful for your presentation that not only made conclusions and generalized, but also had some facts and dates and names and so on included. I would encourage the other presenters also to include facts, names, dates in their presentations. And while we just had the neighboring country of Ukraine with perhaps the most underdeveloped relations, we are now switching to the country with the most developed relations, foreign relations of Ukraine, namely the Poland and the Polish-Ukrainian relations. Please, Agnieszka Legutska, you are next, and you will be speaking about Ukraine's relations to Poland or Poland's relations to Ukraine.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation. Sorry for missing up the time of this event, but still I'm very glad to be here with you. I was wondering what can I pick up from Polish-Ukrainian relations, because as you said, it's very broad, and I would say that quite heavy, important for Poland. So I would suggest to concentrate on three things in my presentation, and then I'm glad to answer any questions. So first of all, I would like to talk about Polish interest towards Ukraine and why Ukraine is so important for Poland, and some successes and problems with in our relations that we have and how we can manage them, and make some conclusions at the end. Because when I heard about Romania, about strategic partnership with Ukraine, this is something what I heard from many years about Polish-Ukrainian relations. And this is only one level of our relations that we really have deep understanding in some issues, but in every relations there are some up and downs moments. So I would say that yes, in some cases we have strategic relations, but we have also some issues to resolve. The main factors that connects us is, of course, that Ukraine is our neighbor country, and the biggest one, and important also because of our foreign policy concept in general. But also what for us is important is our activity in the European Union and the contacts between Ukraine and European Union itself. So this prospect of bringing Ukraine closer to European Union, as you know, it's one of the Polish goal and aim to bring our relations on the level of the European Union. We were always like accepting the idea of enlargement of the European Union, etc., etc. But also something what I discovered after 2014, because I'm not going into the details about 90s, because maybe in this discussion, but I would like to concentrate on the time, on the period after 2014. And from this perspective, I would say that Poland has three main fundamental interests towards Ukraine, and all of them are connected with, of course, Russia, as you probably can imagine. Because first of all, we are very on the agenda or on the value to respect and maintaining the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine, especially after Crimea. It became the most important thing for us, but not only because of Ukraine we are concerned, but we are most of all concerned also about our borders, meaning that after Second World War we had changed the borders, and only since 70s Polish western border was accepted by international community. So I would say that the border and the territorial integrity is something fundamental for us, and also because of war in Donbass and Crimea annexation, this is something that we always on the same page with Ukraine. The second thing is containment of Russian imperial policy, and this is something that also connects us, and there are no division of understanding between Poland and Ukraine after 2014, of course. Meaning that Ukraine is the most important country to bringing this interest as a top level. And the third thing I was also mentioning is something that I'm not observing it after 2014, because I would say that that was very important issue before Maidan, because democratization in Ukraine is like maybe accomplished in some way in this country. So it's not the main issue that concerned Polish foreign MFA or something like this. But the second thing from this interest, like democratization and Europeanization, the Europeanization is still on agenda, what we supposed to take into account. I'm not talking only about Ukraine, but also about in our internal relations between us and between other countries in European Union. As we know, many internal issues are coming up, like crises, migration crisis, financial crisis. I will not go into the details, but those elements are, I would say, that weakened European Union, and that also like influenced to our both relations between Ukraine and Poland. And taking the first step and talking about the facts that Andres, you were asking for, I would say that the main level, or maybe the main area that we cooperate in very heavily, I would say that this is the sphere of security issues. And this connects us with this mentioned interest of Polish foreign policy towards Ukraine, because after Maidan and Crimea, that was a clear issue for us that we need to support military Ukraine. That was not that obvious for other countries in NATO or in European Union, but Poland was also always on the idea that we need to be part of it, how to supply military and give military aid to Ukrainian army. And Poland is the third largest supplier of it after United States and Canada. So also we have like battalion, which is a peacekeeping battalion. Quite important is that it's not only the bilateral, but also Lithuanian were part of it, and it was active even at the end of 90s, but we developed it more after 2014. But when we talk about maybe that, and I would say that I would put it to the box of success, Polish-Ukrainian success of this relations. But there are some problems and issues, and I would say that the period that we talk about, 2015, 2019, there was a problem of, I would say, connected to the historical issues, because both in Ukraine and in Poland, both parties and on both sides, politicians were trying to maintain or underline the issue of national identity. And from that came a lot of problems or steps which was like negatively responded, or in Poland or in Ukraine. And I would say that it was on one hand, Ukrainian package of decommunization laws, which was like recognize Ukrainian uprising army as a heroes. That was something that Poland could not accept. After that, we had in Poland in 2016 also the law about Ukrainian nationalists that was not accepted by Ukrainian side, and in 2017 a demolition of monument in honor for the Ukrainian insurgent army in Hrushovice. And as let's say answer to that action, the Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance issued memorandum on search and exhumation of the remained Polish war victims in Ukraine. And that was the point in 2017 that many historians, I even were part of that kind of conferences, that we were like not only shouting each other, but keep silent. That was even worse than before, because when we were like arguing to each other, that was also part of the dialogue. But after 2017, I saw that many experts, many historians of both sides could not find any, understanding of Volyn issue on accepting the other side view and interpretation of the common history. And that was also connected with the maybe not problem, but issue of education that was mentioned before when we talk about Romania. We also had some issues towards this education law in Ukraine. Although I must say also that Polish authorities was not so nervous as, for example, Hungarian one, because Polish authorities just went to Ukraine and get idea how to resolve that problem on the ground. So Polish minority in Ukraine was not so hit by this educational law, and we got the common understanding on the level of administration and Minister of Education from Polish side and Ukrainian side. So I would say that it was an issue, but I would also put it to the part of the success. And the main success, I would say, was that made by Ukrainian who flew to Poland by feet. I mean, I would say that I would name it as a politics making by feet, because paradoxically, when Polish-Ukrainian experts were arguing and disputing all the time, ordinary Ukrainian voted for friendship with Poland, just coming into Poland. So no one cannot give you an answer how many Ukrainians are in Poland, but actually it may around 1 or 2 million Ukraine came into our country. And what is very interesting that to the 2017, I would say that there were some misunderstanding between politicians, what was mirrored to the also how Poles were pursuing, were seeing Ukrainians. But nowadays, in last year's surveys show that this acceptance or this positive attitude toward Ukrainians are going up from 31% to 35%. So, and what is more important, that Poles are very fine with those Ukrainians who are actually in Poland, that they work very nice, that they study very nice. I have several students from Ukraine, but this, I would say, this personal relations become very important to maintain this strategic partnership, as we call it in the 90s. Something what is very also need to be underlined, that is like Polish trade with Ukraine, because on one hand Poland is the window to the European Union, so Poland is the second largest territory of Ukrainian export, but at the same time Ukraine is not so important market for Polish businessmen, and several percentage of Polish export goes to Ukraine. So there is a room for improvement in that area, definitely. And I would not tell you. I mean, I'm very open to the discussion, but I don't want to monopolize. Andreas was saying that I have 15 minutes, and I think that I'm going to that level. One thing at the last, the main change was made in 2019 after the Zelensky coming to as a president, because that started a new era, I would say, even. Not because that Poles forgot about, let's say, national identity or something like this, but there also was the signal from President Zelensky that history is not the main issue in our relations, and we need to concentrate on people and on trade and economy. And also in Poland, after that there were very nice reaction on that. For example, Constitutional Court decided to withdraw this law against this nationalists from Ukrainian nationalists from Second World War. So that was also a very important signal. And the very important signal was opening the area for the exhumation of the remaining Polish war in Ukraine. So that was very symbolic, but very important issue for the ruling party in Poland. So I would say that it opens the new chapter for our common bilateral relations, but at the same time, I would also say that Zelensky is more pragmatic towards Poland, because for the first time, as I can understand from the strategic documents, from that new adopted national security strategy, main as a strategic partners, USA, Great Britain, Canada, Germany, and France, what means that Poland is not in this group. It is in the second group with Lithuania, Georgia, Turkey, and Azerbaijan. And I think that it's a good pragmatic step, because, you know, when you have high expectation, you also need to fulfill all the expectation and not to be disappointed. Now I see more like pragmatic thinking about Polish-Ukrainian relations, and the reason or example for that is the Lublin Triangle, a new institution which became a very important political tool between Poland, Ukraine, and Lithuania. And I will say that, yes, Poland decided to bring Ukraine on agenda again on the level of security issues where we have a common understanding of the reality. So this is from my side input to your conference, and I'm open to your questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Agnieszka. I think you forgot to introduce yourself, which I will then do. Agnieszka is doing research at PISM, the Polish Institute for International Relations, and teaches at Vistula University. Just to add that,
Thank you.
We just listened, and also wanted to add something in substance. I can actually confirm what you said, that there was a period, unfortunately, I would say after the Euromaidan, where the situation was so tense that there wasn't even discussion and there wasn't even shouting on each other. I was present at a conference, I can't remember where it was, in Warsaw or Rzeszów or Krynica, where the former head of the Ukrainian Institute for National Remembrance was making a presentation, Volodymyr Wiatrovich, and that was about the decommunization laws that you mentioned. And so Wiatrovich spoke at this conference exclusively about decommunization itself, and most of the audience was Polish, and nobody even dared to ask about the law on the UPA, because, you know, everybody knew that this would explode then and would basically ruin the conference. And so this was a very tense, as I can confirm, and even strange situation, that there was this sort of non-communication, because I think both sides were fearing to touch this issue, and perhaps we are now in a different phase with a new head of the Institute of National Remembrance and a new president, and perhaps also with a new approach, I would hope, from the side of Poland. On our program for this slot, for the last slot in this panel, Igor Pirecki was foreseen, but he had to travel today, and some of his travel plans had changed, and that's why he cannot be now with us. We will therefore have now, in a second, Jauheni Preyerman from the next panel, who has kindly agreed to speak already instead of Igor at this panel about Belarus. But before giving Jauheni the word, I want to encourage you to send us your questions for to either Angela or to Agnieszka or to Eugenii, because we will have some time to communicate the questions here that you have, and then have the three speakers respond to them. But now I'm giving the word to Eugenii Pryorman from the Minsk Dialogue Council on International Relations, who will speak on Ukraine's relations to Belarus. He has kindly agreed only a few days ago to take part in this conference. Frankly, I had, when a couple of months ago, when we were planning this conference, I had not included Belarus actually into this conference, because it seemed that Belarus, as being a part of the Russian sphere of influence, would not be that important in this context. But now, of course, things are changing, and I'm very keen to hear what Eugenii has to say about the history, the present, and the future, perhaps, of Ukraine's relations to Belarus, or Belarus' relations to Ukraine. Please, Eugenii.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and thanks a lot for putting it all together and including Belarus. So it looks like, in a way, the developments here in Minsk and other Belarusian cities forced the country onto the agenda of this conference. So at least a little bit of positive news in recent days and weeks about Belarus. And usually this whole discussion about Belarus-Ukraine relations would be not particularly sensitive to time and to current developments, because I think this is an example of a bilateral relationship which is so much based on strategic interests, or even structural interests, that the two countries realize that current developments in many cases did not really play any major role. So some people would make pretty much the same points about this relationship for a long time. But I think what we are observing today is definitely, or potentially, might change this discussion and this whole story of Belarus-Ukraine relations. Let me begin with some background historical introduction. I would say ever since Belarus and Ukraine established their formal relations as independent post-Soviet states, and that formally happened in 1995 when the two countries concluded the Treaty on Friendship, Good Neighborly Relations and Cooperation, and then the treaty was ratified in 1997. So ever since that time, as I said before, there was always something structural that held the relationship together like a glue, and did not let them to sort of collapse under the burden of any developments whatsoever. And at the same time, there were all kinds of problems. Like, we've already listened to the two great presentations about Ukraine's relations with Romania and Poland. And of course, between neighbors, you always find all those problematic issues. So in this respect, Belarus-Ukraine relations have not been a particular exception. Something which from day one of the relations kept these two countries together, I mean, beyond the very natural structural factors like the border and the need to trade and arrange this neighborly relationship, was also sort of legacy of the 80s and 90s. And I would name at least two such items of legacy. The first one is Chernobyl, of course. So the Chernobyl power plant was located on the Ukrainian territory, but then most of the fallout was in Belarus. So the two countries were sort of additionally united by this problem. And of course, at least initially, a lot of common and joint efforts were made in order to somehow overcome the problem. Another one is Budapest Memorandum, of course, and all sorts of international discussions. We normally talk about Ukraine, sometimes about Kazakhstan, but Belarus has been the least vocal one when it comes to its own Budapest Memorandum. But as you perfectly know, the three countries did sign the memorandum with the big actors that guarantee their security through this memorandum. And of course, that did create a little bit of common ground for the two countries. But then quite quickly, I think we also saw that the paths of the two countries started to diverge. They both, of course, were part of all sorts of post-Soviet integration groupings, even though Ukraine has always had this special position on the Commonwealth of Independent States, saying that formally the country was not part of it, but of course, de facto it was an active participant, and so was Belarus, and Minsk, of course, hosts the headquarters of the CIS. But more important sort of divergences started to take place when Ukraine started to make this very clear choice about its geopolitical orientation. As you remember, already at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s, there were very vocal and strong political voices and societal voices inside of Ukraine promoting the idea of some kind of pro-European, pro-Euro-Atlantic integration for Ukraine. And of course, at that point, the strategic visions that were sort of dominating in Kyiv and in Minsk started to diverge. The interesting thing is that despite that divergence, it did not create any major problems on the bilateral level of the relationship. Perhaps even the opposite effect took place when the two countries that sort of declared quite divergent strategic visions would still stick together quite a lot because, again, there were quite important glues for this relationship, primarily economy. For Belarus, Ukraine has long been the second most important single trading partner, number two in terms of exports and imports, but most importantly, Belarus for a long time enjoyed surplus in trade with Ukraine, which is very important for the Belarusian economy, given its structure, but also given its relations with other major trading partners, primarily Russia, which is the number one trading partner, but we have a huge deficit in relations with Russia. And Ukraine, of course, is helpful in this respect to make sure that some foreign currency comes into the Belarusian economy. And of course, these factors predetermine a lot of decisions that Belarus has made over like 20, 25 years when it came to its relations with Ukraine. Security was another issue. And as I said, the two countries declared quite opposite strategic visions, but at the same time, given the border that we have between the two countries, and given that that border, was always a little bit problematic, not for security reasons, but for the reason of economic disputes coming back from the 90s. Not to go deep into that story, the two countries disputed some debt that was probably there as a result of the economic turmoil at the beginning of the 90s. And then due to that dispute, they failed to ratify, first to conclude and then to ratify the agreements on the border. So the agreement was actually signed in 1997, but it was implemented only in 2013. But nonetheless, because of this important border with all those issues, the two countries have always been very sensitive to the security developments on the grounds, and that also worked as a kind of glue for the bilateral relationship. But of course, the most important developments in my view started after 2014, and in a way they strengthened and emphasized the sort of structural conditions and the interests that I've already spoken about. Even though Belarus is part of bilateral and multilateral security arrangements with Russia, and of course, when the whole crisis broke out in Donbass and the Ukrainian-Russian confrontation began, Moscow expected Belarus to literally bandwagon with it on the situation. But instead, Belarus basically tried to pursue a policy which we here in Minsk used to call as situational neutrality, which meant that even though Belarus stayed in all those integration groupings with Russia, including the CSTO and the bilateral commitments that exist within the Union state and have to do with military issues, Belarus declared right away when the whole situation broke out that it would try to preserve good relations with Ukraine, and essentially it meant this situational neutrality where the country did not declare that it will not take any active or even passive part against Ukraine, even though having the status of a Russian ally. And at the same time, it offered itself as this negotiation ground and provided what we call, or diplomats call, good offices. And Minsk became the place where the normative format, but also regular trilateral group contacts took place throughout quite a long time, every second week. And besides just that, from what we now know, in 2014 and a little bit later in 2015, Minsk and Kyiv had very sensitive security consultations, which of course helped to build some kind of trust in that new turbulent reality. And I think it was because of that that some kind of not only dialogue, but trustful relationship was possible, which was based on the guarantees that Lukashenko provided to Ukraine, first to Turchinov, who was acting president in those days, and then to President Poroshenko, later to President Zelensky. The guarantees were very simple. He would always say that no foreign troops would ever attack Ukraine from the Belarusian soil, and he would then joke that if he himself would ever cross the Belarusian border, it would be on a tractor, but not on a tank. And of course, that sounded like a joke, and a lot of people, especially in the Ukrainian expert community, would never treat that seriously. But I think it did create this, overall basis for a trustful, somewhat unusual relationship between the two countries with very opposite strategic thinking and strategic visions, but still having very specific interests between themselves. I should also emphasize this thing, that ever since 2014, if we looked at the sort of reflection of Belarus-Ukraine relations in the media, in expert discussions, we would always find two levels of those relations. As I mentioned before, on the official level between the presidents, and actually it didn't matter who the Ukrainian president would be, with the Belarusian president, it was always clear, we still have the same one, but with the Ukrainian presidents, they would change either through elections or as a result of the revolution. But somehow, no matter what sort of political and ideological backgrounds those new Ukrainian presidents would bring in, they would still find common grounds with the Belarusian leadership, which again, as I said many times before, just reflects the very structural need on both sides to somehow stay together and be on good neighborly relations. At the same time, if we look at the media level of this relationship and all sorts of expert discussions, there was always a problem there. All sorts of mutual accusations existed. And of course, whenever something would happen, for example, some Ukrainian citizens were kidnapped, most probably by Russian security agencies a few years ago. And of course, that would automatically create a huge public relations crisis. And somehow over the last several years, the countries did not really find a way to make sure that the official level, which was very positive and constructive, and that the media level would come together. But of course, now that we have entered a fully fledged political crisis in Belarus, we might be talking about some really qualitatively new developments in Belarus-Russia relations. So everything which happened before might, for the first time in more than a quarter century, become history. As we see now, and I'm sure you all follow those developments, there are very clear problems on the bilateral track, which have to do with, first of all, political positions taken by Kyiv and different institutions in Kyiv. And very recently, Verkhovna Rada basically did not recognize the results of the Belarusian election. And this is quite unprecedented, actually, for Belarus, because we know not a single election in Belarus since 1994 has been recognized by sort of international community and OSCE as free and fair. But I think before we never really had this kind of problem with Ukraine. So if Ukraine does not recognize the results of this election, this is going to create a completely new reality, and a very, very tough one for Belarus. And it's not just Verkhovna Rada. We also follow the statements by the Ukrainian president, who has been much more cautious. The Ukrainian foreign ministry is no longer cautious and is making quite harsh statements. So on the political level, we're also facing a fully fledged political crisis between the two countries. I think it will be fair to call it like this. Economically, we just issued the Minsk Barometer, which is a bi-monthly monitoring of Belarus relations with all its neighbors, including Ukraine. And for the time being, it shows that those political disagreements, which are already growing big between Kyiv and Minsk, have not yet affected economic cooperation. And of course, there is a lot of hope on the Belarusian side, but I would assume that by many on the Ukrainian side as well, that no matter how the political dimension develops in the weeks and months to come, the economy will remain this glue between the two countries. And it's not, of course, just Belarus, which is interested in preserving its very favorable surplus in relations with Ukraine, but there are quite a lot of interest on the Ukrainian side, including more strategic ones when it comes to energy. And in last year, for example, we saw quite interesting potential projects conducted by Belarus, Ukraine, and Poland, aimed at somehow diversifying the oil products which are sold on the Ukrainian market and the sort of origin of that oil products. So, as you know, some initial shipments of American oil to Belarus took place, and the thinking went quite beyond just the Belarusian border, and Belarus was part of that. Ukraine was part of that thinking. Whether this will stay as a feasible project now that there is this political crisis in Belarus and its repercussions for relations with Ukraine is, of course, a big question, but a very important one. It's important not only bilaterally, and I'm now arriving at the final thing I wanted to say, but also for regional security, because what we're observing now in Belarus might also have very serious repercussions for regional security. As I said before, this situational neutrality, which many in the region and beyond the region did not really take seriously, but still created quite predictability and stability between Kyiv and Minsk, and also gave this overall idea that Belarus would stick to this stable position as some kind of a situational neutral with ambitions to become a diplomatic hub. And that was for Belarus a way to step aside from all those commitments and obligations that exist between Belarus and Russia. Now that quite a lot has been broken in Belarus relations with the West, and Russia is basically become the maker of Belarusian political crisis, there is, of course, a huge question on all sides as to whether any kind of guarantees that the Belarusian authorities, and if we assume that Lukashenko stays in power for now, so if he continues to provide those guarantees, how credible are they going to be in the eyes of all our neighbors, but also some extra regional players like the United States, for example. So if that changes, I think that will have a very serious impact on Ukraine, because Ukraine will have to think much more seriously about protecting its own border with Belarus, but also on the planning by NATO, for example, by the United States, because it will automatically create an additional problem for Poland, and then there will necessarily be some thinking on the American side on how to additionally provide some sort of guarantees for its allies in Eastern Europe. So, as I said, we're potentially entering, or have already entered, a new period in our bilateral relationship, which might unfortunately have very negative repercussions for all regional players. But at the same time, I don't want to end with this. I guess we still need to see how the situation here on the ground in Belarus develops in the next few weeks, because there might still be some developments which, do you hear me? Sorry, I just yes. Got some strange noise. Yeah, so there might still be some surprises, and perhaps even some positive surprises here on the ground in terms of the future of Belarusian regional security and its cooperation with Ukraine, even though overall the picture looks quite gloomy. Thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot. Henny, I just want to add maybe that when I was looking for somebody to speak at Belarus about 2 weeks ago, and finally, gladly, you agreed to it, I made contacts, frankly, with a number of experts on Belarus, Belarusians mainly, and I was actually then having the idea that perhaps one should have an extra conference on Belarusian-Ukrainian relations among experts on Belarus from Ukraine and Belarusian experts on Ukraine, because I think that's a very topical theme now, and will become.
We're actually doing one, I think, in a couple of weeks.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
I'll let you know more details.
Yes, send us all the details. I would have now three questions to all the three speakers, and I know Martin Malek has also a question to Johanny. So maybe we'll just now state all our questions that are there so far, and then let the speakers respond. The first question goes to Angela Gramada about Ukrainian-Romanian relations. You mentioned that already, but I want you to elaborate maybe a little bit more for me and for the other listeners perhaps on the issue of the new nationalizing policies of Ukraine after the start of the Russian-Ukrainian war. As you perhaps know, this sort of these nationalizing policies in education, in language policies, in memory policies, they were to a large degree conditioned, I would say, by the war, and they had it's, I think, no coincidence that these policies with new laws for education and for language appeared after the war started, and in fact quite some time after the war already had been taking part for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And these laws have also spoiled the relationships with the Western, not only further escalated the relationship with Russia, but also spoiled the relationships to some degree with the Western partners of Ukraine, most of all with Hungary, of course, but also with Romania and partly with Poland. What would you say, are these policies a fundamental hindrance? Would they have to change for Romanian-Ukrainian relations to change? Or are these, is this a hindrance that can be overcome with diplomacy, with more communication? Or is that something that will sort of continue to spoil Romanian-Ukrainian relations, as it now seems to be the case, at least to me, or it has been at least the case with Hungarian-Ukrainian relations? That is my question to Angela. My question to Agnieszka would be whether you could elaborate a little bit more on the multilateral projects that in Eastern Europe that Poland has been engaged in, and what do you see there, what kind of future you see there for instance, an inclusion of Ukraine into the 3 Seas initiative or into the Bucharest Nine Group. Perhaps that would be also a question to Angela, whether you can see here anything. The Bucharest Nine Group could perhaps also include countries outside NATO, and whether the 3 Seas initiative could include countries that are not members of the European Union. And finally, what will happen to the Lublin Triangle, whether this, in your view, could become something important or not. And my question to Johanny would be that I'm not sure if you are now located in Minsk, whether you can freely answer these questions, but I think, and you sort of indicated already something in this direction. Structurally, of course, Belarus and Ukraine are very close. These are 2 of the closest nations in Europe. And what seems to be, frankly, and I'm more freely talking here about this as I'm sitting in Vienna and not in Minsk, what seems to be, or in Moscow, what seems to be mainly sort of hindering closer relations between Belarus and Ukraine is Russia, to be very, very blunt here. And it seems to me that there would have to happen an exit of Belarus from the Russian-dominated organizations, from the Union State, from the Eurasian Union, from the Collective Security Treaty, before the potentially very close relations, as I would see it, could happen between Ukraine and Belarus. But maybe that is too provocative a question from my side for you to answer, especially if you are now located in Minsk. Perhaps you may not want to answer to this question, but I think this is the crucial questions of Belarusian-Ukrainian relations is the Belarusian relation to Russia, and how would you perhaps see that in the future? Now, Martin Malek has also an additional question to Henny about Belarus.
Maybe just for the dynamic, also to easier follow it afterwards, when people are watching the video, we would have an answer and then have a second round, because also Rainer Kluczek would like to ask a question, as he has indicated. So we have a first round of answers and then a second round of questions.
Okay, then Angela, please.
Thank you for the questions. Actually, civil society is acting in Romania as fairmans on this topic. Why? Because as I mentioned in my presentation, it's a very difficult issue to discuss among the officials from both countries, because we have our own interest. But I have to be sincere here. For Romania, for political actors, for many political actors from Romania, this is an electoral issue. And they can get support from the voters if they will sustain this conflict between Romania and Ukraine. So they will play the game of the defenders of the minority for the Romanians who are now in Ukraine. So they will play this game of defenders of their rights. And we, as civil society experts, we are trying to explain to the public opinion in Romania, to the public opinion in Ukraine, that the interests are the country interests, national interests of Romania are different, and we should try to solve these issues in a diplomatic way. That means to discuss in the bilateral commission, to discuss between diplomats, and to involve the high-level officials in these debates and in these official visits. Language law also was an issue while we were in the process to put in function the Minister of Foreign Affairs. All the time, all the political actors from the both foreign policy commissions from the parliament are asking about the Romanian minority in Ukraine, and they are trying to create this conflict between the political parties, who will play this card better or not. But for the Ukrainian part, their approach is a little bit different regarding Romania in comparison with Hungary, because Romania supports the Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, and they will not speak against Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine. That means that in Romania we have a different perception about what means Russian approach to our or Russian approach to the Black Sea region, and also Russian as a neighbor in the Black Sea region. It's more closed, and the challenges are bigger now than in the past. Now that Ukraine is facing the conflict in eastern part, and with annexed Crimea in this regard. So the Ukrainian approach will be more different, and it will be more diplomatic. And they will try to find a way to talk with the Romanian authorities in this regard to find a solution. That the fact that the law was postponed for a few years, and the fact that Ukraine is trying to respect the Venice Commission recommendation is very important for Romania. So we will try to look not only for a different approach, but also for a solution. And that's why I mentioned in my presentation that the visit that we had last week in Romania of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, was very important, because they created awareness about the fact that we are trying to look for concrete solutions. We are listening each other, and this issue should not be as a stone between two parts. What I would like to add here is that this education law was the main reason to postpone the visit of the president of Romania 3 years ago to Kyiv. Actually, Mr. Iohannis, our president, refused to go to Kyiv, and from that period of time, we had only a few interactions between the ministry in different fields. I know for sure that it was a visit of the Ministry of Defense. 2 weeks ago, the Ministry of Economy was 1 year ago to Bucharest, to a regional event dedicated to development of IT sector in the region among the Eastern Partnership countries. So we are trying to explain how important it's this bilateral cooperation, not only for a political reason, but also for economic reason, because we have a very low degree of interaction on economic level, and we know that all the time the economic part is sustaining sustaining the political dialogue. So for Romania and Ukraine, it's important to find a solution, to speak to each other and to hear each other. This is the most important thing. About B9, I don't have many details on these issues, as I'm not an expert on security. But I know for sure that there are some steps from Ukrainian part in order to be accepted as partners and to be involved in as many initiatives possible in this regional format of cooperation.
Okay, thank you. Then I would suggest next Agnieszka.
Okay. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for this question, because actually I am preparing the special issue of my journal Sprawy Międzynarodowe, which is the longer edited journal in Poland. So we have a special issue towards treaties initiative, and I am just after interview with the ambassador of Estonia, because you know Estonia is the place where the summit is coming up. So I have some insights, detail issue connected with Ukraine. But I will start from Lublin Triangle. You said that Poland is a part of many regional initiatives or organizations, but they are not as organized as the European Union. For example, the Weimar Triangle, behind the idea of Weimar Triangle, meaning Poland, France, and Germany, was actually bringing Poland to the European Union. And the aim was like accomplished. And I would suggest that Lublin Triangle aim is the same. I mean, bringing Ukraine closer to the European Union and NATO. I don't know how it will work out, because you know, we are not France or we are not Germany, so such powerful countries in the European Union, but the step is given in the right direction from Polish perspective. And the second thing why I'm starting from this triangle is that in other regional initiatives that Poland is in, like B9 or for Visegrad Group, there are some differences between member states and different way of perspective towards, for example, Ukraine. And I would see the main like blocking country to bring to at the same that we cannot agree with is on Eastern policy. It's actually Hungary, which is blocking the ideas to involve Ukraine in any institution, in regional institution. From my perspective, of course, I don't know, maybe some other from your side you would have some other ideas, but the Hungary, which is in Visegrad Group and in Treaties initiative, is a country which is not interested deeply in bringing Ukraine to those three initiatives. They are not organizations yet, but initiatives, let's say like this. When it comes to, and that's why Lublin Triangle can make some progress in this, because Poland and Lithuania is on the same page when it comes to enlargement of European Union and NATO towards Ukraine. But when it comes to Treaties initiative, it is very interesting project, I would say. But the problem is that there are more than 3 countries, and there are 12 countries from the south and from the north of like the border, east and south border of the European Union, and those countries even harder to get the same agenda about enlarging. And when I was talking to the ambassador of Estonia, he was saying that there are no discussion about the enlarging Treaties initiative, although there are some ideas to, for example, accept Ukraine as a guest for that summit, for the next summit, because this summit will go virtually because of the COVID and so on. So there will be no like normal summit for those countries. So there are some ideas, of course. I don't know if you remember that Ukraine was invited at the first summit, but did not accept that invitation. So after that, I always get the question, how about Treaties initiative and Ukraine? So it is initiative only within European Union countries, and it's all about infrastructure, transportation, communication, visibility. It's not about like more political. It's not the political initiative, or even not security, but all the things that Treaties initiative is doing have some implication towards security and political issues, yes. But when it comes to the idea what for Treaties initiative was invented, actually a bit close the door for other guesting countries like Ukraine or, I don't know, Moldova or other countries, because it's more technical organization, not political one. But as you probably understood from my presentation, Poland is always an advocate to bring Ukraine to any kind of regional initiatives. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Agnieszka. And before we turn to Johanny, Martin Malik has an additional question also on Belarus. And before you answer, Johanny, my question, perhaps Martin will now also pose his question to you.
Yes, my question is, how is the coverage of Ukraine's role in the well-known current events in Belarus? Or is there coverage of this role at all? I ask this because Lukashenko portrayed the role of the European Union and especially NATO in a very negative way. He said that maybe there will be a war, maybe, or they are meddling in our internal affairs. But what about Ukraine? Is it an issue now?
Johanny, can you now answer both questions?
Sure. Thank you very much. Let me tackle this latest one first. The coverage of Ukraine is currently almost as bad as that of the EU, or let's say not the EU 27, but at least some member states of the EU, including Poland and Lithuania. Just a few days ago, Lukashenko again named several countries which he thinks are the biggest contributors to the destabilization of the situation in Belarus, and he named, as I said, Poland, Lithuania, Czech Republic for some reason. Well, I mean, there are some guesses why. And also he said, unfortunately, our brotherly nation of Ukraine. I think this rhetoric towards Ukraine changed a little bit in the last several weeks, because before that, nothing like this basically took place. And even interestingly, those of you who followed the presidential campaign in Belarus a little bit could notice very easily that before August 9, and that was the voting day, Russia was primarily portrayed by Lukashenko and the state media as the most likely potential actor that would somehow try intervening in Belarusian elections. And as already famous case of 33 Wagner Group fighters who were arrested here, and the Belarusian authorities immediately basically launched accusations against Russia, saying that those guys arrived in Belarus with a very clear mission to undermine the situation and stability before the election or during the election. But then somehow, gradually over some time, the focus has changed. And I mean, it's very obvious that at some point, Lukashenko realized that he really needed Putin's support. And of course, that explains the transformation. But then Ukraine came into this picture, not just because I think Lukashenko was trying to reach out to Russia and sort of trying to appeal to Russia by accusing Ukraine of anything, but because of course, Ukraine's own positions and statements, because very quickly, the Ukrainian foreign ministry, even the president, though President Zelensky, as I said before, was a little bit more cautious on in his comments on Belarus, but still those comments were either negative or not neutral enough in the perceptions of those in Minsk who make decisions. And I think Lukashenko had this very special feeling towards Zelensky, if I might use this word, after their personal meeting last year. And he had a very, very positive feeling. Lukashenko spoke at a big conference my organization organized last year. It took place just a few days after his meeting with Zelensky. And, everything he said just conveyed this idea. He was almost in love with Zelensky. And of course, now that Zelensky basically said something which was not particularly appealing to Lukashenko, I think that had some psychological effect as well. So again, to wrap it up, the coverage is now really bad. And as recently as yesterday, Lukashenko also announced that he has ordered the Belarusian army to strengthen the protection of Belarusian borders with Poland and with Ukraine and with Lithuania. So yeah. And going back to the question posed by Andreas, it was about whether Russia seems to be the key hindrance to Belarusian Ukrainian relations, and whether Belarus would need to leave all those Russian-led post-Soviet organizations. I think it is a little bit ironic, but if you look at the dynamic in Belarus-Ukraine relations under different Ukrainian presidents, then the most perhaps unexpected conclusion would be that Lukashenko would always have much better relations with those Ukrainian presidents who were or positioned themselves as pro-Western ones and who had problems with Russia. As I said before, Lukashenko managed to find common ground and cooperative relations with all Ukrainian presidents. But when you compare the relations he had with Yushchenko and Poroshenko, they were always much better than the one he had with Yanukovych. And I think that is at least partially explained by the fact that when you have a pro-Western president in Ukraine, even though I don't like those pro-Western, pro-Russian, but let's say a pro-Ukrainian president who is more interested in developing his relation with the West, that means that there is no competition between Belarusian and Ukrainian leaders for Russian resources. And whereas we had Yanukovych, who also tried, to be sort of reaching out to the Russians for resources. There were some sort of tensions and frictions between Lukashenko and Yanukovych. And this is quite ironic. So I think in a way, because of the structural glue which keeps the Belarus and Ukrainian relationship together, because of the huge common interests that exist between Kyiv and Moscow, they still managed to develop those relations despite being parts of different geopolitical or military political blocs. And when it comes to whether Russia is a natural hindrance, of course you can say that Russia makes lives a little bit more difficult for Belarusian Ukrainian relations. But then if you treat Russia as, you know, as you treat rain, if you want to take your girlfriend out for a promenade, I mean, of course it spoils the whole thing. But I mean, from the Belarusian position, and I think this is something which has been shared not only by the incumbent president, but more or less has been consensus among experts and among foreign policy elites, if I might use this word, here in Belarus. There is this, you know, common understanding that we need to find ways to benefit from the relationship with the Russians, but at the same time to make sure that we also get as much as possible from the relationship with Ukraine. But that, of course, is the thinking before this election. Now, as I said before, this election has forced us into potentially a new reality, which might be much worse.
Okay, thank you, Johanny. And now we have two more questions.
Yeah, the first one from Hans Klutzek.
Yeah, thank you. My first question is to Angela Gramada about Romania and Ukraine. One aspect of the relations is this double citizenship. Especially in Bukovina, Chernivtsi, there are a lot of people who have this double citizenship. What is from the Romanian side the idea behind this giving double citizenship to people in Bukovina? Has it to do with historic reasons, or is there anything else behind that? I mean, I can't understand the motivation of people living in Chernivtsi or Bukovina, Romanian passport, free access to the European Union. And it's interesting to see the difference between Romanian passports in Bukovina and Hungarian passports in the Carpathian region. It's no topic in Chernivtsi. I've been there last year, and everybody knows that there are a lot of people who have a Romanian passport, but nobody is talking about it. You have it, okay, so be lucky and don't talk about it. And the second question is to Ms. Legutko about Poland. You mentioned this historic, can I say it, conflict is too hard, but you know what I'm talking about. These topics that were discussed and that caused some tensions. Is this a real topic in Poland, or is it with deep feelings, or is it just something, a topic you take out of the box if you need it for whatever reason, and then you can put it back and close the box?
Okay, who wants to answer first?
I can try to have a short answer to your question. From the Romanian perspective, this issue of double citizenship, it's a policy. Also, it's a European practice to have double citizenship offered to the Romanians who live abroad. But also it's a historical problem because it allows to make some historical justice, because the people who are now in Moldova or who are now in those regions in Ukraine were illegally deprived of the citizenship in 1940. So if you have some relatives who were in the past Romanian citizens, you can apply to the Romanian authorities in order to be recognized as a Romanian. As you mentioned, for the Ukrainians and for many of Moldovans, this is an economic issue, because in Moldova, for example, we have a lot of people that are not Romanian, not yet Romanian ethnic minority, belonging to the Romanian minority. But they are Gagauzien people, they are Russian people who are applying for the Romanian citizenship. For them, it's a passport to Europe, it's a passport for a better life. Also, we don't have only the Romanian phenomenon in Moldova, but we have, and also in Ukraine, we have this Bulgarian phenomenon, because the Bulgarian law allows double citizenship, and then they can apply for the Bulgarian one. But mostly of the people are applying for the Romanian one because they have relatives in Romania, or they had in the past Romanian origins. So for us, it's also a policy, but again, it's a historical way to make some justice for the people who were deprived of their citizenship in the past. It's not a problem that Romania creates intentionally in order to have troubles with Ukraine or with Moldova.
Thank you, Angela. And now, Agnieszka?
With one word, yes, yes, it is an issue. And the reason, I think there are two reasons for that. The first reason is because the ruling party, Law and Justice, is more touchable to history issues and national identity. And not only with Ukraine, but also within European Union, the sovereignty, the independence is more like important, and the question of remembrance of Polish victims during Second World War became a very, very important political issue. And the second thing, I also would say that it was a process where from the Ukrainian side, because actually after 2014, what I think that it's a very positive way is the making up nation. I mean, Ukrainian became more nation than it was before. They like common sense of history and also national identity, which is very good. But bringing those things that for Ukrainians are very important started to be visible for Poland, and, for example, monuments, building monuments or naming streets with Bandera name is something that we as a Poles cannot accept. And also Grzegorz Motyka, the professor Grzegorz Motyka, wrote a very nice article about it, that Ukrainian perspective of Volyn is completely different, but it was changing during some time. At the beginning, it was like denial of this. Now, from Ukrainian perspective, it's the Volyn genocide, what Poles are naming it that. From Ukrainian is like understanding or interpretation that there was a war, and because of war there are victims on both sides. So we cannot also cannot accept that as a Poles, and there are huge political storm about Bandera, about Ukraine, Bandera and Volyn. So yes, for example, what my students from Ukraine are saying, that about Bandera, they just know coming when they came to Poland, because everyone was saying, what is your approach toward Bandera? And like young people who did not learn about Bandera much in Ukraine, they were like some, who was a Bandera? So something what we recognize as a very important, Ukrainians, ordinary Ukrainians, either don't know about it, or they started to get know more and differently interpretate these horrible events from the past.
Okay, and now we have our first video call in, which is Georg Rauchenberg. Georg, if you have not done so yet, please mute the YouTube live stream while you talk to us.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I have just a question on the Belarusian-Ukrainian relation. As President Lukashenko has yesterday, I think, talked about a possible new Iron Curtain. And today, Mrs. Anais Marin, she is the UN Special Rapporteur on Belarus for human rights. She said the situation in Belarus is really awful, and she is fearing a wave of refugees going towards the west and maybe also to the south. So how could that affect in the relations between Belarus and Ukraine? A question to Mr. Beherman. Thank you.
Johanny.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, on yesterday's statement, it definitely created a lot of confusion everywhere, and it's the headline everywhere today. But I think what actually was meant by Lukashenko is not really creating a new Iron Curtain, meaning that he would stop citizens of Belarus, Poland, or other neighboring countries from crossing the border. What he said was that he ordered the army to bring more troops to the border and sort of to send a signal to the NATO member states or even Ukraine that Belarus would not wait for long before responding to any kind of potential intervention. I mean, unfortunately, this is the rhetoric he is into right now. And, you know, most people understand that this has to do with the post-election situation with a political crisis where he's trying to use this card of potential foreign intervention. And this is something he's been successfully promoting in his talks with Vladimir Putin. So it looks like Putin is happy to sort of buy that argument for his own reasons, obviously. But when it comes to, you know, the passage of common citizens, from what I understand, at least as of now, the situation is fine. I mean, it hasn't changed a millimeter compared to what was the case yesterday or a week ago. Of course, if he were to introduce something like this Iron Curtain closure of borders, that would create, you know, just a disaster. And that in that case, I assume that the repercussions might be really grave. Perhaps not to the degree that Anais Marin mentioned, but yeah, that would be great. Having said that, I think the whole situation we're having here right now, when basically the government under Lukashenko's guidance and let's use the term opposition in general, you know, collided in this head-on political confrontation, it is unfortunately just unavoidable that quite a lot of people have either left the country already or will leave as the situation on the ground unfolds. And many of those people might be looking for either political asylum somewhere in Europe or even in Ukraine, or just, you know, for work job opportunities. And one particular sector which is talking a lot about this is the IT sector. Perhaps you know that in recent years, Belarus had quite a, you know, a booming IT sector due to some very smart legislation that Lukashenko himself passed. But now that, you know, we had all those political problems, the internet was down for a couple of days, and some employees or even managers of huge IT companies were targeted by the law enforcement agencies, you know, for example, some attempts to support the protests or to offer some money to the police officers, asking them to leave Lukashenko and change sides. So they are now being targeted with some repressions. And it is quite obvious that at least some companies will decide to leave Belarus for better, more comfortable conditions, either in Ukraine, and I know that a lot of people have already relocated, or in Lithuania or Poland. And both Poland and Lithuania have already offered quite interesting conditions for them.
Okay, we have also a raised hand by Agnieszka.
Yes. Can I ask a question to Evgeny? Is it possible to ask a question?
A very short one, because we have to move to the next panel.
Okay. Very happy to see you, Evgeny. But my short question, what can Europe now do not to be perceived as the enemy towards Lukashenko, and how can bring Belarus closer to European Union, not to giving up Belarus in the hand of Russia in that perspective, which is negative, of course.
Well, thanks, Agnieszka, a lot. Unfortunately, this will require a long discussion, and I don't really have any responses, ready-made recipes. I would say that the most important thing is to make sure that we still keep some channels of communication between Minsk and European capitals on all levels, including the official level. I mean, I know now it's not particularly popular that, like yesterday, the European Parliament passed a resolution calling on a lot of sanctions, and sanctions are now back in vogue when it comes to Belarus. But unfortunately, if we take that Lukashenko remains in power as the baseline scenario, and I think everything indicates that for at least a couple of months this is going to be the case, then it will be crucially important to keep those channels of communication which can somehow work. From my communication with European diplomats here on the ground, I see that there is very clear understanding of this, and thanks God, even with all those horrible things which have happened in Belarus, there is quite a lot of thinking behind this. In longer term, I have no response. We really need to see how this dust settles in the weeks to come, and then start thinking a little bit more strategically.
Thank you.
Thank you. This last conversation was just illustrating that there is now increasing envy in Kyiv towards Belarus, because Belarus has become the cool nation in Eastern Europe, and it has now the cooler demonstrations than the ones in 2013, 2014. So, but our topic here are Ukrainian relations, bilateral, multilateral relations in Eastern Europe. We would now be moving to the second panel, and if Rusif is online, I would suggest that he would now present his I think he has a PowerPoint presentation even. His co-presenter, Jamila, could unfortunately not make it, so Rusif will, from the Top Chubashev Center, in Baku, will present by himself on Ukrainian Azeri relations. And Rusif, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andres. Dear organizers and participants of the conference, I'm saluting you from Baku and feel honored to talk about Azerbaijan's relations to Ukraine, bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Let us continue without slides then, because the previous speakers did not use any, so I don't want to spoil the process.
But you can. Yeah. You can. There will be presentations coming up.
Okay. I don't actually know how to share it.
Below.
Share screen? No.
Yes.
No, I can't because host disabled participants screen sharing.
Well, if it's too difficult, then perhaps let's go without.
Okay.
We don't want to.
Yeah, sure.
Now it should work.
Yeah. Well, in our paper, we provide not only some descriptive information, but also offer some recommendation trying to focus more on the spheres through which Azerbaijan-Ukraine relations cooperation can further flourish. Due to similar historical development and challenges, Azerbaijan and Ukraine are destined to be natural allies. We could identify several key reasons. Both are antagonistic toward and by Russia. Both operate within several international platforms, which are usually considered anti-Russian. Both suffer from similar territorial problems. Therefore, these overlapping interests make mutual support and cooperation necessary to address vital issues such as territorial integrity and security problems. Let me here share my personal story about this issue. Many years ago, my Ukrainian friends would not understand the Nagorno-Karabakh case in Azerbaijan, but they finally did in and after 2014. What Ukrainians are going through now, we Azerbaijanis already experienced in the early 90s. So we also have our territories occupied. We have 1 million people who've become refugees and IDPs. The only positive aspect of the overall negative situation in our case was the strengthening of our national identity, and we also observe a similar process in Ukraine. Unfortunately, Ukraine also was subject to secessionist movement, to an outside attack, but it led to national solidarity at the end of the day. The mutual support is necessary in this regard. Azerbaijan continually votes for all pro-Ukraine resolutions at international organizations. Reciprocal actions by Ukraine are also observed. For instance, during the recent military escalation between Armenia and Azerbaijan in July, Kyiv's unconditional support to Azerbaijan's territorial integrity sparked an outrage in Yerevan and resulted in an attack at Ukrainian embassy. A couple of days ago, the Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky approved the country's national security strategy document, which highlights the importance of developing strategic partnerships with 5 key foreign partners. Agnieszka already mentioned them: Azerbaijan, Turkey, Lithuania, Georgia, and Poland. Mr. Zelensky visited Azerbaijan in December 2019, a few months after his election. His visit, this national strategy doctrine, as well as attempts to reactivate GUAM, are all good signs and prove my claim about Azerbaijan and Ukraine being natural allies. Let me touch upon several spheres where Azerbaijan-Ukrainian cooperation are either or can be very effective. Last year, I read in one article that nearly 85% of Ukrainian refineries receive crude oil from Azerbaijan. This is an important figure. Several other sources we checked while preparing this paper, this presentation, represent similar statistics. And one Russian source even claimed that almost all of Ukraine's crude oil imports come from Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's oil giant SOCAR is quite active in Ukraine, having invested more than $200 million in the country and operating at least 60 gas stations. But Ukraine, which is an oil importer already, can also turn into a transit country if the imported oil can further be exported via the Odessa-Broaden pipeline. Initially constructed in the early nought years with the intention to transport the Caucasian oil, the pipeline does not operate with full capacity. According to the latest reports, this year Azerbaijan transported through this Odessa-Broaden oil pipeline more than 400,000 tons of crude oil to Mosul refinery in Belarus. However, this network, this infrastructure can further be extended to Plock and furthermore further to Gdansk in Poland. So there is a room to for more cooperation to expand the network. The more important in this context is that Azerbaijan can and does play a key role in energy independence of Ukraine because it is a small state and does not have big geopolitical stakes in Ukraine and would not use its energy exports as a tool of pressure, unlike other countries. Therefore, a similar contribution by Azerbaijan can be also made to help Ukraine secure its natural gas independence, one of the priorities of Ukraine. As far as I know, well, the negotiations on importing American LNG via Poland have not materialized yet. Therefore, given Azerbaijan's gas network, the so-called Southern Gas Corridor, which has already extended to Turkey and underway to expand all the way to the Balkans and the Adriatic, a branch of it could be forwarded to Ukraine. Both President Zelensky in 2019 and Ukraine's energy minister in 2020 expressed an interest in importing gas from this infrastructure. In this case, Azerbaijani gas received in the Western Ukraine could be delivered to the eastern part of the country as a reverse flow, because traditionally, as a domestic gas infrastructure in Ukraine would go from east to west. So this is a realistic perspective and can be considered in critical situations. I already mentioned the Ukraine's newly adopted national security document, which lists Azerbaijan among the key foreign partners. This partnership can be projected also into military cooperation, because Ukraine, along with a few other nations, has been one of the basic suppliers of military products of Azerbaijan. Well, in the context of growing insecurity and militarization of the neighborhood, both Caucasus and Near East, Azerbaijan will probably further increase its military potential. And Ukraine can enter this market either alone or through some joint projects. Well, a couple of days ago, while discussing this Ukrainian national document, my colleagues also offered some suggestion that a three-sided cooperation, a military triangle between Azerbaijani, Turkish, and Ukrainian defense industries could be could have some realistic prospects in the future, given Turkish Azerbaijani, Azerbaijani Ukrainian, and Ukrainian Turkish bilateral partnerships are already there at high level. So we could actually offer some type of military triangle. Azerbaijan's investments on Ukraine's defense industry, particularly on the sectors that are relevant for the former. Joint ventures, because I also checked on the internet, Baku and Kyiv have been negotiating for years the joint production of some Ukrainian military products, particularly portable anti-tank missiles called Korsar. There are also good opportunities to cooperate in IT and startup sectors, because together Ukraine and Belarus are seen, at least from Azerbaijan, as a growing hub of IT sector and startups in Eastern Europe. So these spheres are also quite important for Azerbaijan, given Ukraine's huge potential. We could also discuss the integration of Azerbaijan ecosystem to Ukrainian. Azerbaijani investments in Ukraine ecosystem, because Azerbaijan possesses financial resources to fund some promising projects in the Ukraine startup sector. Establishment of joint ventures, especially in the context of lack of finances in the post-COVID-19 era. Lastly, I would like to touch upon the international frameworks within which Azerbaijan and Ukraine can make their cooperation more effective, particularly GUAM. After its fate, GUAM had become invisible for many years. But in the past couple of years, there have been attempts to revive it. Following his election, President Zelensky showed an interest in GUAM, having hosted a GUAM summit in Kyiv, while the current Azerbaijani chairmanship also pours some efforts to reactivate the organization. GUAM could establish closer cooperation among member states based on Visegrad Four model. Such cooperation would especially be beneficial in facilitating trade and energy partnership. Moreover, all four countries could also work together in international platforms to address their common problem, territorial integrity issues, refugees. And instead of operating alone, this quarter could use combined efforts and sponsor raising the issues of breakaway regions, refugees in various capitals and headquarters. GUAM as a regional platform could also join and benefit from Eastern European interconnectivity projects, such as 3Cs initiatives. So instead of joining alone, GUAM countries can offer some concrete proposals as an organization in order to look attractive to 3Cs initiative member states and other European countries. At the same time, GUAM should be more flexible, not a rigid structure, and open to cooperation with outside powers. There is one format already forgotten, maybe the GUAM-Japan format, which could be reignited to facilitate technology transfer, investment, and more cooperation from Eastern Asia. And I think it could be also an interesting and attractive idea for Japan in order to activate its presence in the region, especially in light of growing Chinese initiatives. There are also suggestions about GUAM plus Turkey plus Romania plus Bulgaria format, which in our opinion, I mean myself and my team, could be quite efficient. In general, GUAM could be instrumental in setting up a Black Sea common space, not only for security, but also economic and energy cooperation. External actors such as the United States, EU, and Japan would only welcome such initiatives in order to reduce naturally Russian and Chinese pressure in the region. Well, I think for now, this is all from my side. Should you have any questions and comments, you are more than welcome to do so. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Rasif, for this very informative presentation. We would now proceed according to the order of the presenters on the program. And if Alisa Muzargus from Bratislava is ready to speak, I would invite her to speak now about Ukraine's relations to Slovakia. Alisa, are you there?
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, and regards from neighboring Bratislava. I will actually try to share my screen for the presentation if I already can do it.
Yes, you should be able to.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, so I hope everything is seen well. Also, yeah, my name is Alisa Mazurk. I'm based in Bratislava, Slovakia. I used to work for Globsec until the recent months as a researcher and head of European Neighborhood Program. And for the full discreet, I'm actually Ukrainian national, even though Andreas said that we speak about Ukraine without Ukrainians. I'm actually present here, even though my surname doesn't sound really Ukrainian. But yeah, I'll try to be as non-biased as possible and assess the current situation of relations between Slovakia and Ukraine, and also the potential of these relations. So as I put on the first slide, you can see the 4 characteristics as which are the most often mentioned by the experts when we discuss the current situation of these bilateral relations. These are balancing relations, pragmatic relations, undiscovered potential, and even terra incognita. For me as Ukrainian, when I moved here couple years ago. Actually, I felt like Ukraine is actually a terra incognita for most of Slovaks. Even I was surprised to discover that even among civil society experts. And I will try to tell more during the presentation why. So despite actually the fact that Slovakia and Ukraine have no historical or geopolitical unsolved issues, as some of our previous speakers mentioned. Sometimes in Ukraine, Slovakia is even called the least problematic neighbor. There are a lot of historical similarities, a lot of cultural language similarities. Even I would say that there are even some similarities in the development paths of both countries. It is actually hard to call these relations between the two countries as strategic. And as I mentioned, the general public awareness, both in Slovakia and also in Ukraine, about the development of political development, economic development in the neighboring country actually remains quite low. For Slovakia, Ukraine is the biggest neighbor with shared borders of around 100 kilometers. Why these relations are hard to call strategic? One of the factors which might be an explanation is actually that the center for political and economic life of Slovakia is actually situated in the very west of the country, in Bratislava, which is almost on the border with Austria. And as you know, the distance to Vienna is like 80 kilometers, Budapest, around probably 200 kilometers, Prague a bit further, while Kyiv is more than 1,200 kilometers. And here the distance matters actually. While at the same time, Moscow is being more distant in geographical matters, it still managed to kind of overshadow relations with Ukraine, especially in 90s. As previous speakers also mentioned, that Ukraine really got onto agenda of EU countries, not only EU, since actually 2013, since the start of Euromaidan, when a lot of coverage started to be in the local media and the international media, also thanks to the active participation and active role of community of Ukrainians abroad who actually started to get together. The same thing happened here in Slovakia. They started to organize themselves. They even created some NGOs, which, for example, I also joined when I moved here. It's an organization called Smes Polo, Slovakia, Ukraine, organization which initially started as a community of Ukrainians who actually provide humanitarian support and help to Ukrainians in Donbass, etc. So since 2013, 2014, since legal annexation of Crimea by Russian Federation and since the start of the conflict in Donbass, people understood that and actually started to identify Ukrainians as Ukrainians, understood that there is a difference between Ukraine and Russia. And that's something what actually started a new probably point of development also between countries and understanding and awareness. And here I would like also to share with you some of the data, as Andreas asked us to share some facts and data. And here are the recent GLOBSEC trends. It's our annual GLOBSEC measurement of perception of public in Central Eastern European countries, so democracy, governance, etc. And here I would like to pay your attention also to some interesting fact. There was a question, would you like your country to be a part of West, a part of the East, or somewhere in between? And you can see that Slovakia actually would like to be a part of the East, as 10% of Slovaks said yes. It's the highest number in all Central Eastern Europe. Which means that basically 1 in 10 Slovaks is pro-East. The higher preference towards East in Slovakia is primarily linked to this cultural and let's say more positive perception of Russia. There is this whole strong narrative of pan-Slavism, which actually originated here by the Slovak thinkers and philosophers, and a bit of even Soviet nostalgia maybe by older generations. The tendency is kind of negative because we saw in 2018, there were 14% of Slovaks who identified themselves and wanted to be a part of the East. So we can see more pro-West, but still 23% is quite a low number. The same we can see in the questions of perception towards EU and whether they would stay in EU in case of referendum. You can see the positive tendency in Slovakia. from 59% in 2017 to 71 this year, 2019. The same and a bit worrying numbers for NATO. Those who would vote to stay NATO in case of a referendum. We see the positive tendency as well. It's 56%, still quite low, but it's a good progress since 43. And another kind of worrying for Ukrainians, I would say, but also for the partners in United States, that who do you think is a danger threat to your country? And 26% of Slovaks say that it's Russia, while 41% say that it is US. Why? There is a kind of been this strong anti-American sentiment in Slovakia, stronger than you can see in all neighboring Central Eastern European countries. And as I mentioned before, the strong pro-Russian sentiment. Also, this whole narrative was fueled during the election campaigns, which happened just this year. Also last 2 years ago during presidential campaign. So there is been a stronger misinformation campaigns, malinformation activities, which, as you can see, give some results. So for Ukraine, why I show these numbers, because obviously the question of Russia is a common topic, and it's topic to discuss. Here I would like to move also to the point of economy. You can see the graph of GDP per capita starting since 1990 until recently. While currently Ukraine is basically facing the same challenges of democratization and economic transformation and reforming as Slovakia did back in 1990 on the way to the EU integration. We can see that the progress Slovakia did, and unfortunately the stagnation of Ukrainian economy is quite striking, while the common starting positions were roughly similar, and you can see that the ending point 2019 is quite different, but it also shows a potential for the common cooperation and development of mutual trade, investment, etc., but also the sharing of experience, which Slovakia has been doing already. There have been initiatives, some personal initiatives, for example, by Miklos Dzurinda, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia. I was happy also to be part of this project, Ukraine Reforms, which was initiated by him in 2014, bringing the reformers from Central Eastern Europe and sharing the crucial points of issues and which needs to be changed, ASAP. As you know, Mr. Miklos also is quite prominent in Ukraine and has been advisor to the governance since probably 2014. I guess he's still in Kyiv. So there is a big potential for that, strong potential for sharing this experience. Ukraine is among the top 10 most significant of Slovakia economic and trade partners and economic partners. I don't show you the numbers, but yeah, unfortunately there is it's kind of stagnating as well. There is not much has been developments, despite even the association agreement and free DCFTA, free trade area. The numbers stay roughly the same. So there is definitely a potential for that. And on the Slovak, from Slovak perception of interest, it's definitely in Slovak interest that the eastern neighbor would develop economically, and as Slovakia also sees with since joining the EU and since getting on close on the border with Austria, how the border regions are immediately boosted with that. So it's also interesting for Ukraine and for Slovakia from both sides. Here is another very interesting and very strategic point for Slovak-Ukrainian relations. It's the gas issue, the energy issue. It also has been kind of bumpy, the relations on this point, because at some point Slovakia was supporting the development of Yamal-2 pipeline project, which was aimed at constructing a gas pipeline through territories of Belarus, Poland, and Slovakia, bypassing Ukraine, which obviously was not perceived very well by Kyiv and was taken as a national security threat by Ukraine. And I would say that the countries were even more competing on this even energy sector, energy sphere before. But while it changed in 2014, when Slovakia opened a pipeline that is able to deliver gas from the EU to Ukraine, the so-called like reverse gas flows. And even more in addition to that, in March this year, Ukraine Gas TCO and the Slovak EU stream launched a virtual reverse flow on, as you can see, this Velké Kapusany and Uzhhorod. And thus it further enhanced a Slovak corridor for the gas supplies to Ukraine. Another issue, a common point of understanding in the energy sector is a common position on the Nord Stream 2 project. I won't get too much into details, but you know the controversy behind it all. And Slovakia and Ukraine actually have common ground on that and common struggle, let's call it that way. Here I would like to move to the political developments, which have also been bumpy as the rest. There have been ups and downs, and I would say that the current situation in Slovakia is probably the most favorable and most amic towards Ukraine and towards further development of relations in Ukraine. There has been kind of an ironic situation. You can see on the left photo is a photo of the official kind of launch and symbolic opening of the door to Ukraine, to the visa-free regime, which happened in 2017. And here you can see Mr. Kiska, the former president of Slovakia, opening the door to Mr. Poroshenko, the former president of Ukraine, on the border between Ukraine and Slovakia. But the interesting thing that actually it was Slovakia in 2000 who was one of the first countries to introduce a visa regime to Ukraine as its neighbor, which was also not very well taken in Ukraine. But who knew that, they would be the ones who opened the door as well. Another significant meeting or fact which happened is that Madam President Zuzana Chaputova visited Ukraine in her first 100 days as a president, which was a strong sign of support, a strong symbol. And actually, it's interesting also to see whether they're going to be a return visit, because it was already announced that Mr. Zelensky will also come to Slovakia in autumn. He visited Vienna just this week, if I'm not mistaken, right? But I would personally expect that it would be Slovakia first, but we will see. There are also rumors that he might be visiting the GlobSec conference, which is going to happen in October. I'm not sure it's confirmed yet, but we will see. So basically, as I mentioned, the political situation is really favorable. Just to mention an example from last parliament, for example, the Speaker of the Parliament, Andrei Danko, who was representing the nationalist SNS party, used to visit occupied Crimea, violating the Ukrainian legislation or calling openly on stopping sanctions against Russia. This party is not in parliament anymore. We see completely different moods, completely change of narrative in the government, in the parliament of Slovakia. Different also threat perception, I would even say, of Russia. Also an interesting fact, it's the governmental program of the Slovak Republic for 2024, which was adopted by the new government, and it's the first time in the history of Slovakia that in the governmental program Ukraine is actually mentioned. And as you can see, it's mentioned in the first paragraph of their priorities of security and foreign policy, and it states that they support transformation and European perspective of Ukraine and its territorial integrity, which is also quite a strong and interesting sign towards Ukraine. And here about potential, I don't know if I still okay with timing, but there is definitely a lot of potential to develop. So here is just one example. It's a joint commission, Ukrainian-Slovak Commission on Economic, Industrial, and Scientific Cooperation, and that's information found on the website of Ukrainian government. That the last meeting of this actually commission happened in 2013, which is already 7 years ago. And this is one of the leading, intergovernmental cooperation commission. So definitely there is a space for cooperation. There's definitely space for cooperation also on the interparliamentary level. There are so-called friendship groups of members of parliament between Slovakia and Ukraine. I'm not sure that's been one of the most active groups. And that's also an issue, that there are lack of expertise, lack of even experts on both sides of the developments in the neighboring country, and it's something that needs to be intensified, not only on the governmental or state level, but also on the level of NGOs, on the level of experts. There are programs, for example, under the Think Visegrad umbrella. It's the special program of the V4 countries, where partners from neighborhood countries have a possibility, including Ukraine, have a possibility to have an internship or stage in one of the think tanks. And yeah, they are participating, but it's a very, very small number. And there should be also on both sides, not only here in Slovakia or other V4 countries, but also in Ukraine. Another topic, which has been a talk in town for, especially in Kyiv in the recent months, it's an Uzhhorod airport, very important infrastructural object for the Transcarpathian region, the Carpathian region. The issue is that this airport is situated basically on the border between Slovakia and Ukraine, and when the planes arrive or just start, they enter immediately the Slovak Slovak airspace and air borders, which means there needs to be an agreement, which was there, but it expired, and it's been already 2 years or something since it's not been renewed. And just in August this year, the prime ministers agreed that they will renew it, but it still needs to be signed. And it's been a very long process, and I was trying to understand also what was the blocking point, but it seems like now it's a Slovak side which is kind of a bit delaying this process, but apparently it's just a bureaucratic issue of signing. So looks like also and hopefully the visit of the president of Ukraine, when it happens to Slovakia, will finalize this project and launch it. So yeah, just mention also a topic of migration, which was also mentioned by my colleagues, especially from Poland. There has been a high increase of labor migrants from Ukraine, not as much as asylum. For example, there were not that many asylum requests submitted, right? So it was primarily economic factors which force people to come for work. And just a bit of statistics, to show that it's a prime motivation. In 2020, the national minimum wage in Slovakia is 580 euro per month. And for you to understand, in Ukraine, it is less than 150. So basically, especially for people who are living in proximity to the border with Slovakia, they moved a lot, and there was a lot of labor presence. But as I think it was Agnieszka who mentioned, that it's hard to count, and it's hard to find the real statistics of how many Ukrainians are currently, like in Poland. The same works for Slovakia. Also due to some illegal, unfortunately, migration, because this issue is regulated by the national states, and very often, for example, there is a working visa in Poland, and Ukrainians who get this working visa in Poland then migrate to Slovakia with this working visa, not having a special, documents for Slovakia. Sometimes they just don't know. Sometimes they're also being abused by the labor companies, which are created as consulting companies for basically making money. And some people, they don't even know that they violate the legislation and being here illegally. So that's also a big problem which needs to be sorted. At the same time, there is a very high increase of Ukrainian students in Slovakia. Ukrainian students are now the #1 foreign students in Slovakia, and the number is increasing every year because also the education is free of charge, and if they know Slovak, and due to proximity of the language, it's not difficult. So as a conclusion, I would say, as I started, there were different categorization of these relations to describe the relations between Slovakia and Ukraine. I would say that they are pragmatic ones, that they are mutually beneficial, and there is definitely a very big space for developing them further on all levels of trade, economy, socio-economic, etc., people-to-people relations. And I would say that now on the Slovak side, it's very favorable for Ukraine to further develop these relations. There is definitely a big will on the political side, and I think now it's time for Ukraine to step up and to further develop. So I'll stop here. Thank you, and ready to answer all the questions.
Thanks, Alisa. We will now follow with the last presentation within this panel by David Stulik, as I hope he is online, from the European Values Center for Security Policy in Prague. And I may mention that David Stulik was for many years the press secretary of the European delegation in Kyiv, and those knows Ukraine very well. He also speaks Ukrainian very well, and he will speak about Ukraine's relations to the Czech Republic. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, everybody, for having this occasion to address you today with this presentation on the bilateral relations between the Czech Republic and Ukraine. I will try to share with you my presentation. I hope it would work. If not, we just arrange it with Sebastian that he could launch it from Vienna, but I think it would work. So basically, I can start in meantime when the presentation is being uploaded. I can start with the basic thesis that the Czech Republic doesn't have any special bilateral relations with Ukraine. It's neither a story of hate, it's neither a story of love. So there's no special relation with Ukraine like the neighboring countries might have. It's neither a story of hate that some countries in Europe could experience. So we in the Czech Republic are in a kind of a, I would say, a specific situation. Right, so I hope that you are able to see my presentation. So let me start with the basic determinants of the mutual relations between two of our countries. And there are the following. They are oops, I don't now see my presentation there.
You need to share the screen again.
I did, but yeah, in the meantime, my presentation went off. But maybe Sebastian, if you could just put it on the screen for everybody. So I would just need some sort of an assistance from you. So basically, there are the following determinants of the mutual bilateral relations between the Czech Republic and Ukraine. They are the historical factors. Oh, yes. And the next slide, please. So there are the factors like history. So there was the post-revolution migration of Ukrainians after 1917. Then there was a kind of a legacy of Václav Havel, and also there was a story of Volyn Czechs that lived on the territory of Ukraine. The second determinant is the labor migration from Ukraine to the Czech Republic. And then we moved, and then I will move to two contemporary factors, and these are the foreign trade and political concerns. So if I could then ask you, Sebastian, for the next screen. So about the history. So actually, Prague was one of the centers of Ukrainian migrants after the October Revolution, who fled terrorist Russia and Ukraine before the Bolsheviks took over Ukraine. And for example, they established here in Prague the first Ukrainian Free University that was later on moved to München in Germany. So basically, Prague used to have a very good relations with the Ukrainian intelligentsia. Our president founder, Tomáš Garrigue-Masaryk, was very much supportive of Ukrainians and Ukrainian intelligentsia that settled down here in the Czechoslovakia post-war, First World War Czechoslovakia. Well, then the Czechs, for example, also know quite well the story of Ukraine Holodomor. That was widely reported in Czechoslovak media before the Second World War. So the Czechs and Slovaks were quite familiar with that story, with the story of famine. But after the Second World War, once we became a part of the Soviet bloc, we were also the subject to the post-war Soviet propaganda. And that was mainly linked to what some of my previous speakers mentioned, to the story of Stepan Bandera and UPA. So the Czechs and Slovaks were getting the information that these people, the Bandera groups, bands, were sort of like criminal groups that were terrorizing peaceful population in Western Ukraine, and then some of them were trying to reach to the American occupation zone through the Czechoslovak lands, and on the way there they were committing a lot of atrocities. Then after the Velvet Revolution, we were quite lucky because we had President Václav Havel, who was sort of very sympathetic towards Ukraine. And he was very much following the logic and doctrine and thinking of Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was claiming that Russia, or post-Soviet Russia, cannot become an empire anymore without Ukraine, that Ukraine is a key for democratization of future democratization of Russia. So Václav Havel was very much supportive of Ukraine independence and towards the aim of Ukraine becoming a very independent country on Russia. So that was the legacy, I would say, back in the 90s. The other factors that are influencing the Czech relations with Ukraine are the following factors, like the Czech minority living in Ukraine, the so-called Volyn Czechs, who were repatriated to Czech Republic back in the 90s. Then there are the stories of Czechoslovak legions that back in 1917, 1918 were formed in Ukraine, and then they were sort of fighting for a Czechoslovak independence on the territory of the Tsarist and then Bolshevik Russia. And also there is a story of Chernobyl that is very much resonating within the Czech society. So these are the historical kind of concerns or constraints that are forming the opinion of Czechs and Czech public opinion towards Ukraine. And if I may ask for the next slide, please. Then in the 90s, we have had a big wave of the illegal migrants from Ukraine moving to the Czech Republic. That was a very big influx, and Ukrainians constitute the largest group of migrant workers in the Czech Republic. Officially, there are around 135,000 of them working in the Czech Republic, but according to unofficial estimates, there are more than 200,000 people. Because there is also the story that, for example, the Polish agencies are hiring Ukrainians, and then they are sending them to do some work in the Czech Republic. So indeed, the Ukrainians represent around 3.54% of the total workforce, but they are playing the key role, for example, in agriculture. There they are representing more than 10% of the total labor force. And because of the coronavirus situation this year, the problem of getting Ukrainian workers to the Czech Republic led to the fact that the actual Czech economy suffered quite badly from the lack of the workforce. And again, it goes back mainly to the sector of agriculture. So actually, the issue of the migrant workers is one of the key determinants of the Czech policy towards Ukraine. But again, as Agnieszka mentioned it, the public perception of Ukraine, due to the fact that we have these Ukrainian migrant workers here in the Czech Republic, is changing into the positive way. The Czechs are perceiving Ukrainians not so negatively as back in the 90s. There is a kind of a common understanding that without the fellow Ukrainian guest workers, the Czech economy would be in a much worse situation. Many of the Ukrainian guest workers are settling down here. They are getting very much assimilated. They speak well Czech. Their kids go to Czech schools, and the Czechs see that these people are very closely to them in terms of the language and the culture. So actually, these people, the Ukrainian diaspora, is changing the perception of Ukraine into the positive side. So if I can have a next slide, please. It's about trade.
All right, there we go.
So you can see that Ukraine is becoming more and more important trade partner for the Czech Republic. Now it's on the 20th place among the major partners in the world. We can see that over the course of the last 5 years, the exports from the Czech Republic to Ukraine more than doubled. We are still importing, the imports haven't grown in a similar pace. So the imports increased by some like 50%, but still this symbolizes the fact that Ukraine is becoming one of many, one of few priority areas for the Czech exports. When I was speaking recently to the representatives of the Ministry of Economy, they told me that there is a major tendency or pattern of the shift of Czech foreign trade in the eastern direction, mainly from Russia to Ukraine, while in Russia we have large multinational companies exporting to Russia, companies like, for example, Škoda, that is part of Volkswagen Group. In Ukraine, we see a presence of more and more small and medium-sized enterprises, Czech enterprises that are entering Ukrainian market. And due to the fact that there are so many of them, the trade is more diverse, it's more, let's say, organic, it's more natural. So the Czech Ministry of Economy is putting more and more emphasis on the trade with Ukraine than on the trade with Russia, where in Russia it's dominated mainly by these big multinational companies. And this has an impact also on the political relations. And there will be the next slide that illustrates this phenomenon, that last year, 2019, we saw a sort of a breakthrough in bilateral relations. Namely, in autumn, there was a very successful visit of the Czech Prime Minister that went to Ukraine with a huge delegation of business people. So actually there were 2 planes of that Czech delegation. One plane was with the official and the second plane was occupied with more than 70 representatives of the Czech business sector. And that delegation was quite successful. And then it was even followed by a delegation of the Ministry of Economy that brought another bunch of business people representing mainly and SMEs, the small and medium-sized enterprises. So the trade issues are now the main, I would say, a channel of the Czech and Ukrainian relations that are bringing the change. However, we have a quite schizophrenic foreign policy towards Ukraine and Russia. And this is due to the fact that on the one side, we have the government and indirectly the parliament, and on the other side, we have President Zeman, who, according to the constitution, doesn't exercise too many powers in foreign policy. His function is more symbolic or representative, but due to his political weight and political influence, he has a kind of a lot of real importance in foreign policy. And I don't need to repeat it here that President Zeman often repeats the Russian narrative, especially with regard to Ukraine. He has questioned many times the essence of the European EU sanctions against Russia. He has also suggested that Ukraine should give up the issue of Crimea, that it should exchange it for some concessions for the gas prices, for example. And these dichotomies in foreign policy that is being witnessed between the government and President Zeman is leaving a very bad aftertaste in the Czech foreign policy towards Ukraine. Unfortunately, Ukrainian media are very fast in picking up the quotes of President Zeman with regard to Ukraine. The Czech ambassador has been summoned to the MFA a couple of times last year, just because of the quotes and statements by President Zeman. But in Ukraine, it's very difficult to explain it to the public and even to some, let's say, political forces or political actors that President Zeman doesn't represent the Czech foreign policy. It's the government, it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that are in charge of the foreign policy. And actually the government is following quite rigorously the EU policies. The government is very much aligned with the EU sanctions regime. It very much supports the Ukraine territorial integrity. It supports the Ukraine independence. And these are the facts that unfortunately they are not so widely perceived and communicated back in Ukraine. One of the initiatives that the Czech government has done together with the Ukrainian one was the establishment of the civic Czech-Ukrainian discussion forum. That's something also an exceptional because we have such a bilateral fora only with a couple of countries, mainly with the neighboring countries, is Germany, with Poland, but as of this year we have this similar forum with Ukraine, and that forum is held on the auspices under the auspices of foreign ministers. Also, the Czech authorities are very carefully and very strictly following the issue of the Czech mercenaries fighting on the side of the Donbas separatists. There were a number of exemplary trials, court trials with these military men that were fighting on the separatist or pro-Russian side back in Donbass. And these are the things where the Czech authorities are showing their clear commitment to these EU policies. Also, the position of main political parties is very pro-Ukrainian. Apart from the extremist party, these are the communists or the Czech nationalists, the mainstream parties are very much supportive of Ukraine. But again, in Ukrainian media, in Ukrainian press, you often read about the statements made by these extremist parties that altogether represent, I mean, they have in the parliament, they have around 15% of the members. So the major kind of mainstream political discourse in the Czech Republic is quite supportive towards Ukraine. However, we also are witnessing a big impact of Russian narratives and propaganda in the Czech society. Around 30% of Czechs tend to believe that the government in Ukraine is suppressing Russian speakers in Ukraine, that there are the so-called fascists that are in the power, that there is a glorification of the Second World War criminals. And this is very much related to the media impact of Russian propaganda. And unfortunately, this perception is somehow also shared by certain segments of the Czech public sector or Czech public institutions. When I was speaking to people from different ministries, I often had a very kind of unpleasant discussion with them because they were arguing that Ukraine is causing the problems for the EU in its relations with Russia. Actually, their argument was that Ukraine is a part of the problem. And my point of view was that Ukraine is actually the part of the solution of the problem that the EU has with Russia. Unfortunately, this perception is not commonly shared by major representatives of the public sector in the Czech Republic. And that's why, for example, President Zeman has a quite significant influence on the public opinion, but that's where we are. And the last point that I have here, that is related to the multilateral dimension of the relations with Ukraine. The Czech Republic is quite active in V4, Visegrad Four format. During its presidency in the Visegrad Four group, 2019-2020. Ukraine was mentioned there in the presidency priorities, but mainly with regard to the security issues. Here, Ukraine is perceived as a part of our let's say, a kind of a defense against the aggressive, assertive, and hostile attitude of Russia towards the EU, towards the NATO. So that's why the Czech Republic had Ukraine on the list of priorities in terms of the security issues. Unfortunately, the Czech Republic is not so supportive of the Three Seas initiative. And here I would say it's mainly due to the fact that the Czechs don't want to be dominated by Poles. There are certain issues that are preventing the Czechs of being like a full allies of Poland and other countries in this initiative, especially in that energy dimension. We have a number of Czech companies that are interested in having the Nord Stream 2 functional and operational, because there are a number of gas interconnectors from Germany to the Czech Republic that are dependent on the gas supplies from Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2. So that's why the Czech authorities do not consider Three Seas initiative as the major regional format for promoting the multilateral relations. I'm also mentioning here the Lublin Triangle that was already discussed earlier today. And again, it's something that it's out of the radar screen of the Czech politicians. It's out of the radar screen of the Czech diplomats. I would say with the detrimental effect that the Czech Republic could play in similar initiatives. Because as I said at the very beginning of my intervention, we don't have any special love or hatred relations with Ukraine. We are rather neutral in that regard. And if we were part of these multilateral, multi-regional initiatives, the Czech Republic could have played a role as a kind of a broker or a facilitator, a dialogue between the region, Central European region, and Ukraine. So unfortunately, this is not happening. We'll see what comes in the future, but that's where we are. And I think this is the last slide of my presentation. Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for this assistance. It's very much appreciated.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for these valuable insights. I just want to remind the audience that is joining our live stream that there is the possibility to ask questions, whether be it via video or in the chat. But we already have a couple of questions from us here. And I think we're going to start with Martin Malik.
Yeah, thank you. I have one question which is related to Slovakia. A couple of years ahead, a little bit strange event during holidays in Croatia. I was at a motorway service area and stood at the car park, and suddenly a couple of cars arrived which had Slovak car license plates. And then these people left their cars and started to speak Russian with each other. And so I asked one of them, "Where are you from?" And they said that we are all from Ukraine. And then I said, "So why do you drive Slovak cars?" And the answer was that a lot of people in Western Ukraine or in Southern Ukraine have Slovak car registration, and that it is very easy to get. And I was totally stunned about that. Can anybody explain this? Why it is useful and why it is so easy to get for the Ukrainians?
It's been probably a few years ago because the legislation changed in Ukraine. It was due to the price difference because they use like second-hand cars in Ukraine. In Ukraine are much more expensive than in EU, and it was commonly You could see also in the streets of Kyiv a lot of cars with Lithuanian number plates or Polish or Slovak for that matter. But now the legislation has changed, and the owners of these cars need to pay quite a big sum of money for how to save. David can help me because you probably also know this issue for this.
On insurance.
Yeah, insurance and basically getting the cars through customs. So now you have to pay a lot. So this situation has changed, but yeah, it was a common practice also in Ukraine. I thought you would ask me something about the language they spoke, not the card they draw.
Thank you.
Okay. I would actually have a question, as we have 3 of the 4 Visegrad countries present. I would be interested in the relationship that Slovakia, Poland, Czechia, Hungary, we don't have in this moment in the conference, but how are they coordinating a position towards the developments in the region, especially with regards to the Ukraine? There is regular meetings when it comes to the Western Balkans. There's a strong advocacy when it comes to helping the countries of former Yugoslavia and Albania to become an EU member. How is a coordination on the Visegrad level functioning when it comes to coordinating policies towards the Eastern Partnership countries and especially Ukraine?
Ladies first, or should I start?
Whoever wants to start, starts.
Yeah. Actually, there was a number of cases when the Visegrad Four group invited Ukrainian prime minister to the V4 meetings, and there was a sort of a coordination of the V4 contacts with Ukraine. But then we have to understand the logic of V4 group. And for example, the Czechs, the Czech prime minister is quite anxious to have a kind of a synchronization of position with Hungary. Czech prime minister is having, I would say, good relations with Hungarian prime minister, with Viktor Orban. And that means that he doesn't want to cross the lines with him. So the Czech position is quite often in line with what Hungary is doing. So at least we are trying not to make Hungarians unhappy. So on the other hand, it means that we are not pushing our Hungarian partners to lift their veto on relations with Ukraine under the format of the NATO cooperation or on some EU cooperation issues. Unfortunately, here for the Czech Republic, V4 format is more valuable than the bilateral relations with Ukraine. And we need to have this kind of a functional cooperation within the V4 because we want to act as a group of the countries vis-a-vis the EU, for example, on the migration issue towards the other EU countries. So these are more important issues. For example, the migration quotas. That was a wonderful example when we sort of sacrificed our Eastern policy, a bilateral policy, exchanging it for the V4 coordination of these issues. Or for example, the issue of nominating the representatives of V4 countries at the new EU institutions, like the nomination of commissioners, nomination of the chair, president of the European Council. Here we are, the Czech Republic, I would say, is a sort of a hostage of the V4. And I would say, and here I will pass the floor to Alisa, because Slovakia is the most, I would say, advanced country and more assertive country towards Ukraine, towards agenda of the relations with Ukraine than the 3 other countries, Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary.
Yeah, I don't know if it's also with regard to Poland, if it's more advanced. But yeah, the thing is with V4, it's kind of looking a bit more monolithic from outside than it's actually inside. Because also when I started to research all this V4 related policies, and I saw how varying the interests and the policies are. With regard to Ukraine, yeah, definitely, especially as I mentioned during my presentation, that with the change of political elites in the country, the stance towards Ukraine is much more open, much more proactive. And we've seen that also with even humanitarian assistance, with different kind of statements, with the current whole programs being adopted, is definitely much more pro-Ukrainian. I don't technically know all the inter-diplomatic relations in V4 to say who is a hostage of whom in decision making, but yeah, I guess Slovakia is much more independent in what it's doing and decision it's adopting towards Ukraine, but not only Ukraine, all the Eastern Partnership neighbors, etc. And it definitely supports that openly the EU developments on EU perspective for Ukraine. I don't know. Probably will give the floor to our Polish colleague for the competition of who is more strong on Ukrainian position.
Who is less of a hostage?
I don't know if I can say that it's someone is a hostage of some. I think I would say that more interest, as you were saying, is put towards our negotiations within European Union than outside. And of course, you probably said the same thing, that the Hungary have a different view on Ukraine. And this is something common in Treaties Initiative and as well V4. The example maybe not from Ukraine, but the last summit of V4 just, I don't know, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, yeah. So Hungary did not want to invite Tikhanovska for the meeting. So that was one of the reasons why the Eastern policy is not the same page for every country. I think that Poland is I can say from my side that Poland is very proactive, would like to be. Maybe it's not as much as it's supposed to be, but wants to be proactive towards Ukraine and Belarus and other countries from the Eastern Partnership. And we have common sense of understanding with Slovakia and Czech Republic. And sometimes there are some misunderstanding with Hungary, which is, I cannot say if it's pro-Russian, but have different view on Russia, its role in the European Union, its role in the whole world. So I suppose that yes, maybe we are. I would not say that we are victims of something, but I think that we prefer as a V4 cooperation within European Union than outside of the European Union activities. We are not having a common foreign policy towards, I don't know, Russia, towards Ukraine, towards Turkey or whatever. We are concentrating more on cooperation, how to strengthen our regional position toward Brussels, let's say, let's call it like this.
Thank you very much. And we have time for one more question if we want to stick to our time schedule, and Andreas has one.
Yes, my question goes to Rosif, and you mentioned the commonalities between Ukraine and Azerbaijan as possible foundations for their deeper cooperation. Both countries do not control fully their territory. Both countries are, in the case of Ukraine, in a direct conflict with Russia. Azerbaijan is in a sort of indirect confrontation with Russia via the organization of the Collective Security Treaty, of which Armenia is a part, and Russia as well. Both countries are members of the GUAM, Organization for Democracy and Economic Development. Both countries are members of the Eastern Partnership Program of the European Union. But there's one big difference, I would say, an often overlooked difference between Azerbaijan Ukraine. And I wonder whether you have any sort of observations on this difference between Ukraine and Azerbaijan that could be interesting for Ukrainians. And that is the 2010 Mutual Aid Pact between Azerbaijan and Turkey. And whatever one may think about Turkey, Turkey is a relatively large military power. And in a way, what I feel at least is on the agenda in Ukraine, that Ukraine also wants to have some sort of mutual aid pact, basically with any member of NATO that would be willing to conclude such a pact. Some people in Ukraine think that Ukraine has already such a pact, the Budapest Memorandum of 1994, but the Budapest Memorandum of 1994 is of course not a mutual aid pact. Great Britain and the US that have signed the Budapest Memorandum, they have only obliged themselves not to attack Ukraine and to respect Ukraine's territory and integrity and sovereignty and so on. They have not, in this Budapest Memorandum, subscribed to defending Ukraine, whereas the Mutual Aid Pact between Turkey and Afghanistan is actually a military alliance. It prescribes that both countries have to come to the help of the other. It's a sort of, I think, I can't remember which article it was, Article 2 or 3 of this agreement. It is a sort of mini NATO, you could say, between these two countries. And the odd thing here, of course, is that Turkey is a NATO member and in a way is here behaving a bit like the US has been behaving for decades already, in that the US has given out security guarantees outside NATO, thereby involving indirectly also NATO member countries in these security alignments. Maybe you could reflect a little bit, Rasif, on the history of this Turkish Azeri agreement of 2010, how it came about, how it was possible actually, because many people in Eastern Europe, in Poland, for instance, they would say that Poland could never sign something like that with Ukraine because Ukraine is not a NATO member, Poland is a NATO member, and therefore it is prohibited. But Turkey did sign such a, as a NATO member, such a pact with a non-NATO member. Perhaps you could briefly reflect on that.
Thank you, Andreas. Actually, a great set of questions. The Azerbaijani, the biggest difference between Azerbaijan and Ukraine, in the context of foreign policy, is the lack of enthusiasm on the Azerbaijani side about Western institutions. Well, Azerbaijan never displayed any willingness to join NATO or the European Union. One of the key factors here is Russia. The Baku never wanted to irritate Russia like Tbilisi or Kyiv did. But the second factor was the presence of Turkey. Since we have this shield, the protective umbrella of a NATO member state, which gives us full security guarantees, Azerbaijan therefore does not feel any necessity to acquire direct NATO membership. Well, the pact you mentioned was signed in 2010, August. A small technical detail. It actually expired last month, but it would probably be extended for another decade until 2030. Why the sides decided to reach such an agreement? There could be two reasons I can remember now. The first, it was the it was a period when Turkey began its assertive policy in the neighborhood, Near East, Caucasus. Therefore, for Turkey, having a military ally in the South Caucasus, in the direct backyard of Russia, could be beneficial. For the Azerbaijani side, such a shield, protective shield, was also necessary after 2008 Russian-Georgian war. What kind of lessons could we draw for Ukraine? Let me say that this Turkish-Azerbaijani military alliance has over the years turned into a military triangle in South Caucasus, because in many cases Turkish, Azerbaijani and Georgian militaries act together. And given that Georgia's and Ukraine's path to NATO have not been so smooth as Tbilisi or Kyiv, the aspiring countries, had anticipated, perhaps they also should think of some alternative pacts or alliances. Such an indirect cooperation with NATO or with NATO member states could also calm down maybe a little bit Russia as well. At the same time, GUAM, the GUAM platform could also develop its military dimension, again under the aegis of the NATO member states, the United States and Turkey, probably. Well, this is what I could recommend for Ukraine or Georgia at the moment.
Thank you.
So that then concludes the second panel. I'm admiring that each and everyone is continuing without a break, but the good thing is probably that since it's a hybrid conference, we can sneak off from time to time to take a small break. So we continue with it and go to the third panel, which will focus on Ukraine, Austria, and East Central European multilateral structures. A word creation, by the way, that I have been receiving an email that has been criticized, that East Central Europe is not something that can exist. I do believe it can, but maybe that's a different story for a different discussion. So we are going to start this panel with Martin Malek, who will focus on the Austrian relation towards the post-Maidan Ukraine on the backdrop of the Russian factor.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad for having the possibility to address you on the topic of relations between Ukraine and my homeland, Austria. As I have only 10 or 15 minutes, I have to start with some kind of a disclaimer. I must confine myself to touching on some aspects of the subject very briefly, and to explain the most important of ones. And therefore, I cannot elaborate on in this context, doubtless relevant topics like, for example, the fate of Mito Firtash or Rosukrainergo or even Semyon Mogilovich. Maybe this is very, very interesting, but unfortunately, there's no time for close examination of these gentlemen and their activities. I added to my topic on the backdrop of the Russian factor, and this is of course no coincidence. It makes almost no sense, I would say, to discuss Ukrainian-Austrian relations without considering, so to speak, the elephant in the room, meaning Russia, who I would say overshadows almost all aspects of Austrian-Ukrainian relations. First of all, let me touch upon some opinions about Ukraine expressed by senior Austrian politicians, especially, of course, the president of Austria and the government, the chancellor, and some ministers, representatives of the most of the parties, represented in the National Council of Austria, this is the lower house of the parliament, have left no doubt that they consider the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula by Russia in March 2014 to be a violation of international law. Well, this is doubtless the case, or almost nobody will doubt this. But from my point of view, this is not what the starting point of the discussion should be, because the starting point should be Ukraine's constitution, Ukrainian laws, and almost no Austrian, as far as I remember, Austrian politicians didn't really know or did not recall what Ukrainian constitution says, and the Ukrainian constitution is quite clear. It totally rules out any withdrawal of an administrative unit from Ukraine's national territory. So, as by the way, Russian constitution does. It's basically the same. Which, so to speak, good advice Austrian politicians did offer to Ukraine. Well, since the crisis started in 2014, then Austrian Federal Chancellor, meaning the Prime Minister, Werner Faymann, from the Social Democratic Party, suggested to Ukraine that it should assume neutrality according to the Austrian model. Well, everybody knows that Austria is a neutral country, that it is not a member of NATO or any other military bloc. And Austrian politicians, not only Mr. Faymann, by the way, others, and some political scientists as well, and not only in Austria, offered what they call the Austrian model, or to Ukraine, suggesting obviously that neutrality would defend Ukraine or some stuff like that. Well, the incumbent Austrian Chancellor, Mr. Kurz, back in 2015 was the foreign minister, and he rejected Western or any other, in theory, arms supplies to Ukraine on the grounds that it would be what he called, in German it would be Brandbeschleuniger. You can translate that as fire accelerator. This was, however, pointless, because Austria cannot, of course, make decisions for other countries, meaning countries which, at least in theory, could supply Ukraine with weapons, and some of them did, in fact. And as far as Austria as a potential supplier is concerned, well, everybody knows that this is prohibited by law. Austria must not supply any military hardware to countries at war, or only to crisis zones. So this opinion of Mr. Kurz was basically almost pointless. In April 2016, then Austrian President Heinz Fischer massively discouraged Ukraine from joining NATO, as if such an accession would be on the agenda in the foreseeable future. Mr. Fischer also emphasized that what he called all parties involved, meaning Ukraine as well, should comply with the Minsk agreement, as this was, again, according to Mr. Fischer, the only way to lift the EU sanctions against Russia. So there was no mentioning of the occupation of Crimea Peninsula by Russia in this statement of the then Austrian president. In May 2019, Fischer's successor, as president, Alexander van der Bellen shied away from describing Mr. Putin's annexation of Crimea as such, but as the, by the way, edited by the Austrian Republic, edited newspaper Wiener Zeitung, or Viennese newspaper, then put it flat into a diplomatic paraphrase. In Sochi, where Mr. van der Bellen met Russian President Vladimir Putin, van der Bellen stressed the close historical ties between Moscow and Vienna. As Mr. van der Bellen put it, you have to have something that Russians and Austrians have in common, namely patience, unquote. Well, this was a little bit astonishing, considering the fact that, firstly, Mr. Putin at that time was in power already 20 years, firstly. And secondly, it was the same Mr. Putin who has initiated Russians' participation in several wars, in the war against Georgia in 2008, against Ukraine since 2014, in Syria against 2015, and now even in Libya, not to mention the war, of course, in Chechnya, which was the beginning of Putin's rise to power in the Kremlin. Van der Bellen emphasized in his talks with the press then that from his point of view, Moscow and Kyiv are equally responsible for the situation of what he called, or what Austrian politicians and media outlets used to call Ukrainian crisis, which is questionable from my point of view, but nevertheless, this term is very popular, like it or not. And Mr. van der Bellen continued saying, quote, both sides remain little indebted to each other, unquote. And this meant that he basically placed Ukraine, which was attacked, and parts of its territory were occupied, that he placed Russia and Ukraine morally implicitly, but clearly on the same level. The media reports about this meeting of van der Bellen and Putin more than a year ago did not indicate whether van der Bellen had criticized Putin for his wars, which I've just enumerated, or whether he had even only addressed the issue. Well, some of you maybe have heard about the allegedly very pro-Russian stance of the right-wing populist party, Freedom Party, in Austria, even before the so-called Ukrainian crisis in 2014 had started. Basically, these pro-Russian opinions were voiced by Freedom Party representatives already since 2007, and especially 2008, when the war in Georgia took place. Almost nobody, back in 2014, almost nobody in the Freedom Party had any critical words about Russia's behavior. The occupation of the Crimea Peninsula and then the following annexation, not to mention the war which soon afterwards started in Donbass, as is a matter of common knowledge. In March 2014, even Johan Gudenus, Freedom Party's deputy chairman since 2011, and Freedom Party Member of Parliament Johannes Hübner, belonged to the so-called international observers who conducted what could be called fake monitoring of the referendum, again, so-called on the Crimea Peninsula, which already was occupied by Russian troops. In the same month, then Freedom Party member of the European Parliament, Andreas Mölzer, demanded a territorial division of Ukraine, defended the president of Russia's actions, and urged, quote, relations in the spirit of partnership, unquote, between the European Union and Russia. Then Freedom Party leader Heinz-Christian Strache in public speeches and interviews repeatedly condemned the Maidan, meaning the revolution in dignity in Kyiv, denied any Russian military attack on Ukraine, as well as Russian authorship for the shooting down of a Malaysia Airlines Boeing in July 2014 over eastern Ukraine. According to Mr. Strache, in Crimea in March 2014, the population, quote, so to speak, acted in the sense of the right to self-determination, unquote. And this alleged self-determination in the aftermath was stressed very often by Freedom Party politicians in the parliament and in the media coverage. Mr. Strache later added that Crimea, quote, is de facto a part of Russia. This has to be accepted. The EU sanctions against Russia finally should be lifted, unquote. Well, mentionable is Mr. Gudenus' speech at an event called International Forum Multi-Child Families and the Future of Humanity in Moscow, where, by the way, also the Russian Orthodox Patriarch Kirill took part, in the Cathedral of Christ the Favor, where Mr. Gudenus sharply criticized the European Union, but especially NATO and the US, quote, Europe is more than the European Union. We are a big Christian family. But there is someone who wants to destroy our values and our family. This meant the United States. In the capital of the country that just fought against Ukraine, Mr. Gudenus further declared that the US wanted to, quote, to wage war to the last European soldier, unquote. The policy of the EU is the policy of NATO and the US, Gudenus said. Quote, I'm ashamed of it. The Austrian people, the people of the European Union, do not think so. We are friends of Russia, unquote. And maybe you remember that Mr. Gudenus and Mr. Strache in 2019 had to resign due to the so-called Ibiza-gate scandal. This means that they are no longer in politics. I should say at least a couple of words about Austria, Russia, Ukraine, and the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, because otherwise I think the coverage of the topic would not be, well, complete. Well, I think considering the audience of our event here, it is not really necessary to explain what Nord Stream 2 is or what it means. Everybody knows that it was designed and it is being built, although the construction is stopped, as we know. It was designed to circumvent Ukraine, which could have or to a certain extent already had a lot of consequences. Not only, but especially for Ukraine. And obviously, the sanctions which were adopted by the European Union back in 2014 never were designed to stop this particular project. This means you could not use the sanctions in order to cancel Nord Stream 2, which was already quite interesting. Almost the entire political and especially business elite of Austria is very supportive on Nord Stream 2. And maybe you have heard that the Austrian oil and natural gas monopoly, OMV, is one of the most important participants in the Nord Stream 2 project, and the chief executive of OMV, who is, by the way, German, Mrs. Seele, almost every day emphasizes how useful and how important and how great the Nord Stream 2 project is, and he denounces Ukraine almost in almost all of his interviews, and says that it is very, very corrupt, and bureaucracy is very ineffective, and Ukraine is no reliable partner, and you have a war there. Well, it is not really difficult to understand his personal motives in saying this. Well, I already come to some kind of a conclusion. And firstly, many statements on the occasion of the so-called Ukrainian crisis made by representatives of Austrian parties, of all the Austrian parties, revealed to a certain or even high extent naivety, a total lack of expertise and impotence. Secondly, the pro-Russian Freedom Party in the Austrian federal government between 2017 and 2019 constantly pressed for the lifting of the EU sanctions against Russia. However, at the same time, the Freedom Party nominated Foreign Minister Karin Kneißl never voted in the European Union against the extension of the EU sanctions, which is quite important in this context. And last but not least, Russia will always be much more important for the Austrian political and business elite than Ukraine. And this is one of the reasons why Austria's commitment for Ukraine will always remain within very narrow limits. Austria will certainly never set itself the goal of helping Ukraine in whatever way in order to strengthen its military potential. And my last from the Ukrainian perspective, Poland and the Baltic states are much more important for Ukraine than Austria can and wants to be, because of the general orientation of its policy and its status as NATO members. I mean, Poland and the Baltic states, which Austria, as it is well known, is not and doesn't want to become. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So next I will be myself. So I announce myself to continue this before we go into the last round of questions. I am, although we are based in Vienna, I'm German, but I'm not going to take either perspective of Germany or Austria on Ukraine. I'm trying to provide a regional perspective because this is what the IDM is working on. And I have actually prepared a few slides, and I would like to show them if I could find them. Sorry. Everything functions so far, and now it's just I can't find it anymore. Okay, sorry. So this is why you don't introduce yourself and try to make the technique work. Anyway, I'm just gonna.
I can also do my presentation if you want before, and then you'll have time to look.
I will just probably start because I don't want to take away the last presentation slot from you, because what I want to have a closer look at is actually the macro-regionalization versus minilateralism, and I would have to set the context for this a little bit, which means that it's loading, which means that we would have to look a bit more at the EU-Russia relations that have been mentioned already as well, and here we are. Hopefully now. There we go. And so we're going to look at the challenges in the region. We're going to have a brief look at the future of the region, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about minilateralism versus macro-regionalization. And then we're going to have an excursion to politics versus emotion, and I'm going to very briefly show a new model for European governance, because I believe that, especially also in the COVID-19 times, it becomes apparent that we need more focus on regions. We have heard that, for instance, our first foreseen speaker, Diana Maguna, was supposed to present but can't, because when he wants to return to Germany, he needs to take a COVID test. I'm prevented to attend and hold a seminar next week in Germany due to the same fact that Vienna has been declared a risk area. Now we have these regional approaches when it comes to the pandemic prevention, but they are still on a national basis. And my argument is going to be, and this is also something that then transposes into the Eastern Partnership countries, that we should focus much more on a common regionalization. So when we look at the current situation, we can make a very provocative dichotomy, because we have on the one side the aim for stable and prosperous neighborhood, for strong institutions and the rule of law, whereas on the other side we have conflicts as means to control states through controlled instability. We have informal rules, and we have corruption. And when we look at the influence in the shared neighborhood, there's a quote that I would say describes that very well. Just states have neighbors and powers have neighborhoods. I'll just leave it out in the open from the side of the EU and from the side of the Russian Federation what that means, but maybe this cartoon also gives you a bit of a hint. When we look at the development in the region, I just briefly show a few pictures from Kyiv back in 2014, and the transformation it has been undergoing in the recent years, but also in the stance of how Ukraine has viewed certain actors, and here especially Germany, that has been perceived as a strong supporter in the beginning of the crisis, but then it has turned to a rather skeptical view of what the German and also the European position towards Ukraine might be. And here we see pictures that I took back in 2015 in Chisinau, where we also had similar developments that we have ongoing in the Eastern Partnership region. And this is also a picture from Tiraspol, where we can see the embassy of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. And when we see the development in the region, this is a wine cellar in Moldova, where when Moldova signed an agreement with the European Union back in 2014, suddenly wine was banned to be exported into the Russian Federation. They had to take out the Russian flag from the world map where they export to. which was next to the personal collection of the Russian president in that wine cellar. And when Igor Dodon was elected as president of Moldova, the Russian flag suddenly came back, and the wine had fulfilled the quality again to be exported to the Russian Federation. So we find ourselves in that context, and when we look at the situation within the European Union, I want to make an argument for handling probably better handling the situation in the region. While we can see, we have already talked about a little bit the Visegrad Four, we can see that in the past couple of years, there are several new minilateralisms that have popped up within the European Union. These minilateralisms have been present within the European Union from the very beginning, even before the European Union started. For instance, when we take the Benelux states, but also when we take countries like the Eurozone that has been constantly expanding. But we can also see a lot of new of these formations that are there. And in general, I would say this is not a bad thing, because in an ever-growing European Union that hopefully will grow also in the future, it makes sense to find formats where you can probably pre-develop certain positions and then, at least in theory, reach conclusions on an EU level faster. We all know that in reality, this is not the case. And what we can see is that we have these minilateralisms within the EU that overlap very much when it comes to countries. It also goes beyond EU member countries. And we can also see that it overlaps to a certain extent also when it comes to the topics. And on the EU level itself, we find macro-regional strategies like the European Union strategy for the Danube region that tackle the same overlapping countries, that tackle the same overlapping topics. We find regional strategies like the Black Sea Synergy, even if that is something that has probably not been mentioned very often in recent times. And we have the European Neighborhood Policy with the Eastern Partnership, where we find these different formats overlapping in sphere and participating countries. Now, when we look at the European Union strategy for the Danube region, from the composition part, we can see that the governance is split between a political coordination and then also an operational construction. And the interesting thing here for our region is that in the priority area 1B, and especially also in the priority area 9, since very recently Ukraine is also participating. The idea of these priority areas was that we always have at least 2 countries that participate in the EUSDR sharing the responsibility for these priority areas and functioning as coordinators here. And Ukraine recently joined, which means that the country is also participating in a more regional approach. Especially interesting, of course, from the perspective that the Institute is working on is apart from the PA7, where the Danube Practice Conference is participating, in PA10, where the IDM is also trying to provide input. Here, the PA9 from the composition that Austria shares this together with Moldova and Ukraine, 2 of the countries in the Danube Delta that are very important from a macro-regional development perspective. So my argumentation on the basis of this is that we currently see the European Union in a Dilemma der Gleichzeitigkeit, a dilemma of simultaneity. That comes from the German sociologist Klaus Offe, who said in the beginning of the 1990s that there is a need to undertake simultaneously political and economic transformation, and sometimes even nation building in Central and Eastern Europe after the fall of the Iron Curtain. My argumentation is that the EU is facing also its very own dilemma, the Gleichzeitigkeit, because we have to deal with the Brexit, which is not progressing very well when we look at the statements that are coming from the side of Boris Johnson, but also from the side of the European Union. We need to deal with internal reforms, and we have potential enlargements that have to be pursued in a credible way, which means when the Brexit then finally is done, we should focus on a institutional reform. We need to still agree on a new multi-annual financial framework that includes also the compensation for missing contributions once the United Kingdom leaves. And we also have an additional aspect at the moment that we need to find a COVID-19 recovery instrument, which would be the next generation EU part in the proposed budget. And of course, we need to drive the enlargement process forward. And when we look at our region, and again, one of the mini-lateralisms, the Visegrad Four countries, we can see that they share more or less the opinion that is predominant within the European Union. So in the Eurobarometer survey, 90, which is from 2018, the latest one is the 91 Eurobarometer survey, but the numbers have not drastically changed. So we can see that the membership, the benefit of a membership, or the perceived benefit of a membership of the own country is higher than it has been in the past decades. So around 62% more or less believe that a membership of their country is a good thing in the European Union, but at the same time, 28% only believe that things are going into the right direction in the European Union, and 50% of the Europeans think that Brussels is developing in the wrong direction. And so how can we balance out these observations? Well, we have multiple challenges that are persisting within the European Union, and it's not that we talk about east-west versus north-south, but it's rather we need to find to tackle the challenges of managing migration and refugees in Europe, which are a separate topic and is much too often mixed. We need to talk about security, which is regarding, of course, the transatlantic relations, but also, again, connected to the two previous topics, and as well as the EU-Russia relations in the region. We need to talk about the future of the Eurozone, and we also need to tackle climate change. And the solutions that are out there are, at the one hand side, maybe the two stellar opposite solutions that are out there and being discussed is the Europe of nations versus the European Republic. And when we look at another project that has been done by the Friends of Europe, they also found out that the EU citizens overwhelmingly state that the EU should be more than just a single market, but we can see that in the primary role, there is quite a division, because 40% of the citizens in the Visegrad and Southern and East European countries say that the first focus should be on economic growth, whereas 32%, or roughly one-third, in the Nordics, the French and the German belief that promotion of values and democracy across Europe should be the first priority. The conclusion of that project was that in the end, without change and reform, the EU will remain irrelevant to a majority of its citizens. And in order to achieve that, I have listed that the challenges that lie ahead in the region. There's one thing, that Europe and the EU are emotionally not the same thing, and it depends on where you stand. And we should pay attention to this dichotomy, but we should also not forget that sometimes even Europe is seen as the same thing as the EU from people that are not member of the European Union, and they perceive themselves to be outside of Europe, which is the whole wrong signal that we are sending. So we need to also rethink this emotional narrative of the EU as providing peace, because this narrative is fading and therefore endangering the whole prospect. On the one hand side, because it has been the dominant narrative for the EU member countries since 70 years, but on the other hand side, not each and everyone in Europe has experienced 70 years of peace. And when we look at the three dominating emotions when it comes to global politics, according to Dominic Moissy, we see that he says it's fear, hope, and humiliation. I can't go into details of what he is arguing with this, which is, it's a very interesting concept. But what we see at the moment in the European Union, the decision-making is mainly driven by fear. We argue with, we need to protect, we need to save the euro, otherwise everything will collapse. We need to protect our borders, otherwise everything will collapse. And we are not offering a positive narrative. We are seeing that the politics done, especially also by the member countries, are driven by fear. And this is very dangerous, because the concept as fear as a driver of policies is diametrically opposed to what politics should actually do, which is prevent fear in a society and provide good neighborly relations, be it within its borders or even beyond. And I don't want to stretch your patience too much, but the core task of securing the future of the European Union and its neighborhood relies on reforms that would bring decisions closer to the citizens. We need to offer possibilities for more involvement, and we also need to make use of existing structures. And therefore, I have proposed 4 recommendations which would reduce the number of commissioners to 15, which would elect the European Parliament in a truly pan-European way, where we would abolish the Council of the European Union and integrate it into the European Council, and also establish a Council of the European regions. I'm going to skip ahead a bit of the aspects, because we want to come to my proposal when it comes to integrating regions. We will certainly also provide this presentation to anyone who is interested afterwards. My proposal is that we base the whole second chamber of the Council of the European Regions on the NUTS2 scheme, because it would be smaller than the current existing Committee of the Regions. It has the possibility to integrate even the potential and candidate countries, because it exists already. And I also did the math for Ukraine and for Moldova. They could easily be integrated into that scheme. And why is that important? while we would hold a proper pan-European referendum to make it count, now my technique is given up again. Anyway, there's one last slide that I wanted to show you, but there we go. We would have a different composition, and we would have this Council of the European Regions where our macro-regional strategies could feed into given recommendations for this second chamber, which would then bring decisions closer to the regions. It represents a certain also sometimes historic and economic environment, which would lead to a higher possibility to also make use of structural and cohesion funds. It is still going to be the biggest part of the budget, and therefore why not give proper governance to the European regions? And to sum up, if that is functioning, I would say we have arrived at a stage where we have a different definition of values, not only within the region, but also within the European Union. And therefore we need to take steps, and that might not be at the moment what we want, but I believe what we could get, and we need to come back to something that differentiates between, in German it functions quite well, between Werte and Wertschätzung. We have a discussion about values, but we are not appreciating enough efforts that are undertaken by societies in be it Ukraine or right now in Belarus, but also in other countries. We are very quick to judge, and speaking about the country that undermines certain values, and I don't want to point a finger in certain directions of countries. I think we know what we are talking about, but we forget that this is not necessarily always the whole society, but it is the current government. Or if we want to translate this, which I have blatantly stolen from BoJack Horseman, which is a cartoon series. If we want to prevent the good neighborly relations and also the European integration that currently lies on the ICU, the intensive care unit, we should more often say I see you to our neighbors, and try to better understand the reasons that are behind probably certain developments. And I end my argumentation with a great plea to more regional cross-border corporations, because I believe that we are best equipped to tackle the ongoing challenges, and we need to look across the borders, try to understand our neighbors more, and only then we will be able to tackle the challenges that we are facing in the Danube region. Thank you. And so now I end with this and hand over directly to Andreas for the last presentation of this conference, which will be abortive and future inter Maria, NATO with GUAM, CDC, etc., and the gray zone.
Yes, and I think my presentation is maybe a good complement to what you just made, because you were treating, as far as I understood, mainly issues of sort of driving further European integration and beyond the current borders of the European Union, and both the sort of emotional aspects of it and the and the more practical aspects of it. I want to here deal with a somewhat a different topic, but which is of course very related, and that is the topic of security in what has been called the gray zone. This may sound as a sort of new topic, but in fact it is an old topic, and it in Europe, which goes way before World War II. And the odd thing is that I would just mention here is that we had the Pan-Europa Manifesto in 1923 by Count Richard von Coudenhove-Kalergi, which has then found sort of its implementation with the Council of Europe and today's Pan-Europa movement that Reinhard Klotzek is representing here today, and which has been arguably, because of it was then implemented in the Council of Europe, arguably also within the European communities and then European Union, has been a successful concept, the Pan-Europa concept. But there have been older concepts of European unity that have been less successful, but would equally be relevant for today's situation. And what I mean here is, of course, the concept of the intermarium that appeared before the Pan-Europa Manifesto of 1923. Arguably, it already appeared, at least the idea or proto-idea already appeared before World War I, but it became topical in the aftermath of World War I and in the emerging new Europe between Germany and the Tsarist Empire, or then the Soviet Empire, and that even found already quite early on in 1920 its first institutional implementation with the so-called Pilsudski-Petliura Pact, which was a short-term alliance between the Ukrainian People's Republic and the new Polish state that for a short time at least tried to cooperate together in fighting the Bolsheviks. That was not successful then, but it was a first institutional legal, one could say, implementation of the intermarium. What happened then was that the intermarium, of course, in the interwar period failed to be implemented. It was in the air. It was promoted, especially by Polish politicians, but it did not come into being for a number of reasons. And one could even speculate, if there had been an intermarium, that means an alliance of the East Central European countries between Germany and the Soviet Union, maybe World War II would not have happened, maybe, or if it had happened, it would have taken a different course. In any way, it did not happen. And then the countries became first attacked by Germany, then by the Soviet Union, and then finally included into the Soviet Empire after World War II. And then again, the idea appeared when the Soviet bloc and the Soviet Union were disappearing in the early 1990s with the so-called NATO bis idea, NATO, the second NATO idea. That was an idea that briefly was discussed in East Central Europe by Polish politicians again, but not only, when it was not yet clear what would happen to the former Soviet bloc countries. And there were not yet decisions made by neither by NATO nor the European communities then still, or then the European Union, about what to do with these countries. And for a few months, or perhaps even for a couple of years, there was this idea to create basically an intermarium, a NATO between the countries of East Central Europe that would try to seek some security by uniting. As you know, this then became an idea that lost its topicality for many of the countries that came out of the Soviet bloc and Soviet Union, with the membership perspectives provided first by the European Union and then also by NATO in the mid-1990s. And that is why then countries like Poland lost the interest in this idea. I would say, unfortunately so. We had then, I would say, a third attempt or third abortive intermarium attempt after the Orange Revolution, with an altogether, I would say, little known initiative that, however, existed for a couple of years, the so-called Community of Democratic Choice, which was an alliance of Estonia, Georgia, Lithuania, Latvia, Moldova, North Macedonia, Romania, Slovenia, and Ukraine, founded in 2005 in Kyiv in the aftermath of the Orange Revolution, as I said. The interesting thing here about this Community of Democratic Choice then being founded, in that it united countries that were already members of NATO, like Romania, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia on the one hand, and a number of non-members of countries that were not members of, and also not scheduled back then in 2005 to become members of NATO, like Ukraine, Moldova, or Georgia. And unfortunately, this initiative also was an abortive attempt to create an intermarium, and I actually suspect that many of you, those who are now listening to this, have never actually heard of the Community of Democratic Choice, this abortive intermarium created for at least there was a congress, there was a conference, a meeting in Kyiv in December 2005, but which eventually, unfortunately, did not lead to anything. And the question then is, why did it not work out the way it should have worked out in the post-Soviet period, especially in view of the grim period, of the grim experience of the interwar period, when there was also the idea of an intermarium that was, however, not implemented. And here now also the idea of the intermarium was not implemented. And I think the two sort of problems in the what I would call the East European geopolitical psyche that I have identified are what I would call geopolitical provincialism and an astronomic or planetarian view of East European geopolitics. Let me briefly explain what I mean. I've published that before. Some of you may have read these articles already. What I I mean by that? Geopolitical provincialism is not a new term that I've made up, but it is a term that has been used with regard to, for a long time, with regard to German foreign policy after World War II. And geopolitical provincialism did not mean for Germany, for post-war Germany, West Germany, and does not mean for post-Soviet Eastern Europe today, East Central Europe today, that these countries are a geopolitical province, but rather what geopolitical provincialism means is that these countries perceive themselves as being at the province, at the periphery of geopolitics. And this self-perception of not being geopolitical centers, of not being independent geopolitical actors, leads these countries, led West Germany in the past, still leads United Germany somewhat in the present, but is leading today both member countries of the European Union and NATO on the one hand, and also non-member countries in Eastern Central Europe, like for instance Ukraine, to look at what is perceived or what are perceived to be the geopolitical centers of the world. So the idea here is that Warsaw or Kyiv, they're not so much looking at their own geographical zone, at their own geopolitical sphere, namely East Central Europe, but they are looking for clues about how to behave in international affairs to Washington, to Brussels, to Paris, to London, perhaps to Berlin nowadays even, but they are not sort of seeing themselves as independent actors in geopolitics, and that leads then, I think in Poland that has changed over the last years somewhat, but is still, I think, to be felt, that leads them then to look for clues on how to behave in their foreign relations to these larger geopolitical centers. And it's not so much that they are in a geopolitical periphery, but rather that they perceive themselves to be a province in geopolitics and not actors. And the same goes also for the non-member countries. They are looking for, in their perception of their own security issues, they are looking for clues of what is said in Washington, what is said in Brussels, in Berlin, and in London or in Paris. And what simply happens then is that because nobody in Washington or Brussels or Paris or London speaks about an intermarium, speaks about a commonality of interests of the countries of East Central Europe, because the geopolitical centers are not speaking of that, then also Warsaw and Bucharest and Budapest and Kyiv and Tiflis would also not speak about that, because that's not en vogue. That is not what the important geopolitical centers talk about. I think that is the first problem here. And as I said, it's not a specifically East Central European problem. It has been, I think, a problem of West Germany, and is today perhaps still a problem of United Germany, that the clues are sought somewhere else. Although these other actors, Washington or Brussels or Paris and London, they are of course themselves sort of, they are actors that proceed from their own national interests, and therefore they cannot provide clues to the national interests of countries that have simply another geographic location. The other problem here that I see is that after the expansion, the enlargement of NATO and the European Union into East Central Europe, into the former Soviet bloc, what has appeared is a sort of astronomic view or planetarian view of East European geopolitics. And what I mean by that is a sort of feature of thinking that basically divides East Central Europe into a good planet and a bad planet. And so you have the good planet, which is the EU and NATO. And, you know, what you have to do is to get on this planet and to stay on this planet. And then you have the bad planet, basically all the countries that are outside and that have a problem, that have insufficient security, insufficient embeddedness, insufficient support, insufficient an insufficient view of their future, and sort of then leading also simply many people to move from the bad planet to the good planet and seek their luck there. This is, of course, I think, a problem insofar as it sort of hinders a rational assessment of what is actually in the national interests of the various actors on both sides of the border between the EU and NATO. So, you know, the member countries of the EU and NATO, they may think of having solved their security issues, all of their major security issues, by having entered the EU and NATO. But what would happen if, for instance, in a sort of apocalyptic worst case scenario, the Ukrainian state would collapse, or other countries would collapse, and if you would have not just a couple of million, let's say, Ukrainians or Belarusians, Moldovans, and so on, coming to Eastern Europe, but if you to East Central Europe, to the member countries of of NATO and the European Union and East Central Europe. But if you would have millions, many millions coming, you know, what would then happen to countries like Slovakia, Budapest, Hungary, Romania, or Poland, if in such an apocalyptic scenario? And in fact, I would argue that neither the EU nor NATO would then provide a solution to a large refugee streams. Refugees are also not IT engineers. They are not sort of, you know, easily integratable, you know, highly qualified people who you can simply absorb and whom you may actually be happy about. But if you would have like this sort of apocalyptic scenario, it's not clear what either the EU nor NATO would do. Actually, NATO can protect you from Russian tanks, but NATO cannot protect you from millions of people who may be fleeing Russian tanks. So to say, there's no solution that NATO can provide, and so there is an open security issue that these countries cannot take care of. Or if you would have, let's say, we have now this war in the Donbas, about 250 kilometers away from the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, not just the largest nuclear power plant of Ukraine in Zaporizhia, but the largest nuclear power plant in Europe in Zaporizhia. What happens if, you know, something happens to this nuclear power plant? You know, what happens to Poles and Romanians and Slovaks and Hungarians? Because again, the EU and NATO have no solution for such a catastrophe. But a rational, I would say, consideration of these enormous security risks of either refugees or other trans-border problems should lead actually countries like Poland and Romania, and also on the other side, countries like Ukraine and let's say Georgia, to seek alliances that are more practical and that are specific to the region, that can be perhaps implemented in the same way that's, for instance, what we've discussed before, the alliance between the member country, NATO member country Turkey, and the non-member country Azerbaijan has been created. So I think these are this is the current situation. I think there's nothing one can that much do about than simply name the problems and point out the problems, and then perhaps speculate about what can happen. We've had here over the YouTube channel, we had a number of proposals what NATO should do or Romania should do, or unfortunately we are here not Sebastian Schäfer. If Sebastian would be the NATO General Secretary and Martin would be, let's say, the President of the US, and I would be the President of the European Council, we could certainly change here something, but as we do not have these functions, we can only sort of talk about different paths that may be possible and that will be taken, and we can simply provide here some sort of cognitive input rather than an advocacy or political input. I think the easiest thing that could happen to countries like Ukraine and Georgia, Moldova, is the inclusion, something that Sebastian has already mentioned, of these countries into EU initiatives that do not touch security issues in the narrow sense of the world of the word. So we've heard that already from Sebastian about the Danube region, where Ukraine is already part of of certain projects. I could easily imagine that the Three Seas initiative may be including Moldova and Ukraine at some point officially, and perhaps not even just as observers. The European transnational transportation network is already partly including also non-member countries of the EU. That is something I think that will continue, and that is also unproblematic. And of course, there are already the Eastern Partnership programs, the association agreements. So this is something that is going on, and I think that will deepen by itself. But it is not fundamentally changing the security situation in the gray zone. It is improving, I would say, certainly the security situation. It makes the gray zone less gray. These are, of course, important infrastructural projects that are being implemented, but they are not a fundamental solution. The second option that can appear here again would be something that I mentioned already, is that perhaps something like the Bucharest Nine Group or the Lublin Triangle, structures like that could be interpreted in a way as to not only fulfill certain symbolic functions, or that they are not only limited to, as in the case of the Bucharest Nine Group, to NATO member countries, but they could be reinterpreted as providing structures that should also have a security dimension that goes beyond the borders of NATO. That would be basically a revival, one could argue, to a certain degree, of the NATO bis idea, perhaps following the Azeri-Turkish example of 2010 of a security pact, mutual aid pact between a NATO member country and a non-NATO member country. That would be a second path to take. I'm afraid this is perhaps something that is not soon likely to happen. I think for that, this sort of geopolitical provincialism and astronomic view of East European geopolitics in Eastern Europe would have to change fundamentally. It would demand quite a lot of imagination and initiative from all the involved countries on both sides of the NATO-EU border. A third path that I could imagine is that the US could become involved here along the lines the US had earlier been involved in the creation of the Baltic Charter or the Adriatic Charter, or sort of networks, proto-organizations that were created with the help of the United States to prepare the Baltic countries and the Western Balkan countries for a NATO accession. Something like that could perhaps also happen in Eastern Europe, that would also, in East Central Europe, that is today not yet included into NATO. Perhaps the GUAM organization could provide a framework for such a charter, a special relationship between the US and the current gray zone countries, perhaps the associated countries, the three countries that have concluded these especially deep association agreements, could provide a framework for something like a repetition of the Baltic and Adriatic Charter in the gray zone. Or the already mentioned Lublin Triangle could perhaps also be upgraded by an involvement of the US and making it into something more sort of relevant. And the fourth path, finally, that I see here is that the Budapest Memorandum, the deal of 1994, could provide a framework for an upgrade of security structures beyond the borders of NATO and the European Union, not so much out of a concern of the specific national security interests of the East Central European countries, but on the basis of the sort of global interests of a preservation of the logic of the non-proliferation regime, of the working of the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, that is one of the most important, I would argue, treaties in the world, and the logic of which has been gravely violated, of course, by Russia when it annexed Crimea and when it intervened in the Donbas region. And there's now, of course, again the danger that Russia could again violate another Budapest memorandum, namely the Budapest memorandum that Belarus got in exchange for giving up its nuclear weapons after the breakup of the Soviet Union. And we could see here a further weakening of the logic of the non-proliferation regime. And one could imagine that at some point, countries like the US and Great Britain that have as the depositary states of the non-proliferation treaty develop an argument for a special protection of countries like Ukraine and Belarus, not just in view of the interests of these countries, but in view of the strengthening of the logic of the non-proliferation regime. So these are some of the ideas that I wanted to present here. They are necessarily speculative, but I think they are in view of the grave repercussions of the non-success of the intermarium idea in the interwar period, and also in view of what happened to Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and also Azerbaijan, arguably after the breakup of the Soviet Union, worth considering, and I would think should happen simply because for the time being, we cannot count on an enlargement of either the EU or of NATO that would include these gray zone countries. And so one has to, I think, for this interregnum, I think the EU and NATO will eventually enlarge, and Georgia and NATO have, Georgia and Ukraine have, of course, already a membership perspective. These two countries and Moldova have already far-reaching association agreements. So at one point in the future, all this will transform into full memberships of these countries in NATO and the EU. But we have to think about what to do in the meantime, and I've tried to outline here some possible ways to go and the problems that are on this way.
Thank you very much. That concludes the presentations, but we have a few questions that have been raised. First of all, I would like to welcome Mark Chordas, who will ask a question here via video.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my question would be, well, the Treaties initiative seems to aim at realizing the economic integration component of the previously planned intermarium state. Should it ever succeed, could it elevate Poland, or when not any other country, to an economically dominant position similar to that of Germany at the moment?
And so this is a question for Andreas Umland.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andreas.
As far as I understood, you are fearing that there would be a sort of the Three Seas initiative could be a sort of instrument of Polish imperialism or something like that, yeah? So that you would then have this sort of Polish dominance in this area. Is that a too stark interpretation of what you were asking?
Well, in a way, yes, but I mean, the Three Seas initiative would actually aim at the better integration, better north-south integration of the Eastern European countries, as far as I could tell. And that would mean that it would connect many of these countries to Poland. And actually at the moment of these countries, Poland is by far the strongest, and is also projected to be in the future the strongest. So would it be, who would be the main benefactor should the Free Seas Initiative achieve its goals?
Well, I mean, first of all, there is, of course, another big country, Romania, part of already of the Free Seas Initiative. Austria is also, is not a big country, but a rich country, part of the Three Seas Initiative. Quite extraordinarily, I would say, actually, that Austria has engaged in this way. And you could argue that if a country like Ukraine would become part of the Three Seas Initiative, it would actually sort of, you know, it would exactly take out it would make senseless any speculation about some sort of domination, their Polish domination, because then you would have yet another big country in there. In any way, I don't think the Three Seas Initiative, as good as it is and as important as it is and as practical as its aims are, is a sustainable solution for the security problem of countries like Ukraine, Moldova, or Georgia, if you would also include even Georgia into this. This is an initiative that is about infrastructure and energy. Perhaps in the energy sphere, indeed, it can actually provide some sort of hard security in that it could make the countries more energy independent. But I don't see the Three Seas Initiative basically as anything that would actually provide security guarantees in terms of military security. And therefore, the stakes here are much lower. And that's why I actually expect that, as we had already with the Danube region, with the Eastern Partnership Program, with the association agreements, that this is something that probably will soon, or I could easily imagine to go beyond the border of the EU and NATO and include also the gray zone countries, because it doesn't have a military component.
So then we have a question to Martin Malek on the visit of President Zelensky to Vienna this week and what it means for the Austrian-Ukrainian relations.
Yes, it is true that for President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky was in Vienna literally 2 days ago. I've seen the press conference which he gave together with the Austrian head of government, Sebastian Kurz. Well, there were no sensational news, or at least I couldn't find them. What was predictable was that the fate of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which I've mentioned in my presentation, was discussed, and the Austrian Chancellor Kurz, as well as Austrian President van der Bellen, repeated their well-known opinion that this pipeline should be completed, and that they do not see any reason to terminate the project, because according to them, there is no connection between the pipeline on the one hand and Russia's behavior on the other, in particular with respect to the recent attempt to, yes, probably obviously to kill Russian opposition leader Navalny, because there was such isn't discussion going on whether Russia should be sanctioned again, because the Russian state is maybe responsible for this, but the position of the Austrian political elite hasn't changed, and I do not think that it will change in the future. There's basically nothing new.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we have another question via video from Florian Voss.
Yes, hello from my side, and thank you for the very interesting and fruitful discussion so far. So my question, actually, I have two questions, would probably address Mr. Martin Malek and probably also Sebastian Schäfer, since he's such a passionate defender of the further EU enlargement. So regarding the impacts that of the EU-Russia relations, so how would you interpret the long-time constant EU enlargement that happened towards the east, and can this be seen as an aggression towards Russia? And how surprising is the annexation of the Crimea under such circumstances? And then, as kind of a connected question to that, so no doubt, of course, that the annexation of the Crimea is against any international law, but how could the EU not have seen that Russia is under pressure that has been generated by the EU enlargement, and simply risked that Russia will take action in some way if the EU border is coming closer and closer? So can the EU be blamed to be a part of the problem that has been leading to the Crimea annexation?
Thank you.
Well, I do not see that the European Union as an organization or its expansion are a threat, or even a military threat to Russia. The EU is, as everybody knows, no military bloc. NATO is, and it seems for me not to be logic that Russia punished, so to speak, Ukraine by annexing Crimea Peninsula. Also, Ukrainian EU membership was not even on the agenda. But even if it would be on the agenda, there's no reason to annexate a part of the country. I mean, sorry, this is the law of the jungle. This should be totally uncommon in Europe. Nevertheless, it happened. And as far as the predictability of such a step by Russia is concerned, well. I remember very well the situation in Ukraine in January 2014, and I'm totally convinced that if somebody would have said that in 2 months from now there will be war in Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula would be occupied and then annexed by Russia, I think that such people would be have sent to the mental health institution. Because nobody really, almost nobody, could forecast such a scenario. But never, sorry, one phrase. Nevertheless, there is no doubt at all that what then happened in February and in March 2014 was planned a very long time ago. Not even a couple of months, but several years. And the people who say that this operation, the Crimean operation, was planned and prepared and carried out within a couple of days have no idea at all about military affairs. They obviously do not know how long does it take to plan and arrange all this. There are several indications which point to the fact that the planning of the Crimean occupation basically started after the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I would go in line with what has been said, in the sense that no EU member country so far has been forced to join the European Union. And if you decide to go that path, it doesn't matter which country, be it the Russian Federation or any other country, you have to respect a decision of a sovereign country. And if that country decides it wants to join the European Union, it wants to join NATO, or whatsoever, you need to respect that. On the other hand side, I see the point as well that there is this historic fear of being circumvented that is present in even today's Russian Federation, which I would have argued pre-2014 that is something that we should pay attention to and should take into consideration. But even a historic fear of being circumvented does never justify an violation of international law and the annexation of Crimea. Now, what the question about could the European Union have anticipated the war? I would also agree with Martin Malek. The war, probably not. But what the European Union has to question itself, and when I say the European Union, it's the EU member states, because the European Union in foreign policy can still only be as strong as their member states allow it to be, is that they did not anticipate what it would mean that Yanukovych did not sign the association agreement in November 2013 and the events that followed up. And there was a certain I would say, possibility to further anticipate a potential chain reaction, because as you said, an annexation like this and an operation like this is not something that spontaneously happens, and also so do not regime changes, and so do not democratic revolutions. This is not something that happens overnight. This is something that needs to have a certain dynamic and needs to go a certain way, and there is a certain possibility to anticipate these things. But Andreas, you want to add to that? Yeah.
As Martin mentioned, the year 2004, you could also mention two other events in 2004, and that is the ratification of the Ukrainian Russian border agreement signed in 2003, which is maybe the most important, at least from a sort of legal formal point, document that Russia violated. And the ratification law was signed by Vladimir Putin, and the border agreement between Ukraine and Russia repeated once more what was already agreed upon when the Soviet Union broke up in December 1991, and was then also confirmed, for instance, in the Ukrainian-Russian Friendship Treaty of 1997, namely that the borders of the former Soviet republics, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic and the Russian Soviet republics, would be the border of the new states. And so there's now a narrative popular not only in Russia, but also among Western observers, that it was, that this whole misunderstanding about Crimea appeared because of the drunken Khrushchev, who gave in 1954 Crimea from the Russian Soviet Republic to the Ukrainian Soviet, or because of drunken Yeltsin, who in 1991 signed the Belarus agreement in December and gave Crimea to Russia. It was actually the sober Putin in 2004 who signed the border treaty, the ratification law of the border treaty between Ukraine and Russia, and therefore fixed once and for all Crimea and Sevastopol as being parts of Ukraine and not of Russia. And also Putin was, during the Orange Revolution, asked, I think when he was in Spain, because of the Orange Revolution, what would happen if Ukraine would join the EU? And he then answered in 2004 that would be excellent, because if Ukraine joins the EU, that would actually bring the EU and Russia closer to each other, and that can be only in the interests of Russia. So my my narrative actually of this whole story with the Russia intervention in Donbass and Crimea is a totally different one. It has nothing to do either with the EU or with NATO or with something else. It has to do something with Nord Stream 1. And it proceeds from the assumption that what Russia did in 2014 in Ukraine is not something abnormal, but is actually the normal thing that Russia does as a former empire in its sphere of influence. What Russia has done before in Moldova, in Georgia, has supported Armenia in doing in Azerbaijan. And the odd thing about Ukraine, post-Soviet Ukraine, was not that Ukraine was attacked by Russia in 2014, but that it was attacked as late as 2014 by Russia, not before, as one should have expected would happen. And that did not happen until 2014, because until late 2012, Russia was dependent on the Ukraine gas transportation system, and this dependence on Ukraine was lowered by the Nord Stream 1 pipeline that went online fully in October 2012. And after October 2012, then, as one would predict if one proceeds from interdependence theory, the relations between Russia and Ukraine became worse and worse, and and I think they would have become worse without the association agreement. By the way, the association agreement does not include a membership perspective. It's just that the EU has also association agreements with South Africa and with Chile, and and now it has association agreements with Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. So this is just a narrative about the EU's fault here that I think is most of the aggressor countries in the history, they had always good explanations of why they had it's usually about self-defense, it's about historical justice, it's about identity and
protection of the citizens.
Yeah, liberation, protection. This is the usual. If you look into all sorts of wars, this is what the aggressor state usually says, and and that's the same here with Russia. It's always a good thing. When we Germans attacked the Soviet Union in June 1941, we just wanted to prevent Bolshevism from expansion. Or do you want to sit in a Siberian labor camp? So this was, that was one of the narratives that Nazi Germany had about its attack on the Soviet Union. So there are always some good stories to tell by the aggressor state.
Okay. I have no more questions pending at the moment, which would mean that we should not end on such a maybe a bit bleak and pessimistic outline. And this is the good thing, that we have two more speakers that will give concluding remarks, and we are going to start with Reinhard Kluczek from the Pan-Europa Union.
Well, let me be short. Thank you very much, all the speakers, for what was said. It was very interesting. And for me, there was one lesson which, well, it's not a new lesson, but we were speaking about Ukraine relations to its neighbor countries. And we have to face the fact that all these neighbor countries are somehow connected by history. When we talk about Central Europe, or to say it in German, Mitteleuropa, and that all these historic events are still playing a role somehow in politics today. May it be between Romania and Ukraine, or Poland and Ukraine, etc., etc. But on the other side, this gives us the chance to say it in optimistic way, that this common basis could also be a way into the future, and a way for the integration of the Ukraine into the European Union? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Then we have joining us now, we have mentioned in the beginning, we've talked a lot about Ukraine. Lisa has brought a bit of a Ukrainian perspective into it, but it's a pleasure that we have with us the former foreign minister and now director of the Ukrainian Institute for the Future.
Well, the program. The director of the program on Russian, regional, and European studies of the Ukrainian Institute of the Future.
So, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Klimkin, welcome.
Thanks a lot. It's a long title, so don't worry. Basically, it's not about titles anyway. Sorry that I've missed actually the considerable part of the conference. I had a couple of things to pull off today. But it was real fun for me to follow you in the last, I would say, 20-30 minutes. So let me just map out a couple of points, and both in the sense of further thought-provoking discussions and in the sense of probably, I very much hope, good wrap-up. Firstly, with all kind of our expertise and our ideas and our understanding, I believe that we are wrong about the future, and I really mean it. And I tell you why, because the future is not gonna be linear for the Central Europe. Simply, many things which we have around us will not just considerably, but fundamentally change in the coming years. And it's basically how I feel around what's going on. My second point, especially with all the recent events and protests in Belarus, and many people whom I actually respect a lot actually had not expected. I expected something like that. But they had not expected kind of real emotional outbursts there. So people are coming in a different reality, mentally, emotionally, and basically they're ready to fight for at least for their basic rights. And we could have, of course, with a bit of creativity, with a sense what we could do, and this conference is another good contribution to it, I'm sure. A completely different sense of what Central Europe could look like in the future. Now, and it was a good point from you, Andreas. Now we don't have any, and I mean literally any structure which embraces the whole Central Europe. We have a lot of formats, and they are basically kind of jigsaw for the Central Europe. But we don't have one underlying idea what we want to do with our Central Europe. We don't have any idea how to bring us together in the sense of discussion, in the sense of at least discussing the vision for our common future and what kind of, this future could fit. It's still not there. It's a really fragmented, patchy reality in the Central Europe, and it has to change. My third point, because you've mentioned Ukraine many times, and our perspective again, I don't believe that kind of unnatural and sort of traditional approach to the future should count, because the present reality is quite considerably exhausted in its option. And I mean the whole sense how our world now operates. We all understand if we talk to each other. without kind of, political framing, that we need to undertake fundamental, actions in order to basically not just adjust, but reshuffle the reality in order to be consistent and sustainable. For our societies, for people, it's a different kind of architecture in the sense of how people, how civil society should impact government and governance and actually security. Because look, and it's my, fourth and, 3.5, not fourth point, but very important one. To analyze the current reality, the density and depth of different challenges and risks are completely unprecedented. They are not just conflating, they are overlapping, creating different sense of urgency and completely different need for resilience. And that kind of resilience can be managed just for states and can be managed just by states. It's over. So we need a kind of different model with people, with civil society, with business actually stepping in. So I like your discussion about where we are. I like your discussion about, the prospects. My simple point, simply to cut it short, don't expect it to be linear. The current reality is probably kind of comforted reality for many people and for many politicians, but we've been coming quite close to get over it. And if you like, it's not just my analysis, but also kind of melting analysis and intuition. And I'm extremely sorry not to be with you. Our conference, has become a kind of hybrid one, because hybrid could be used in a negative sense and in a positive sense, if you like. It's good that in the end of the day we've got together. It's good that we can have a good chat. But it's really important to maintain this friendly and dense dialogue about how we manage the current reality, but especially the future. So this conference is a kind of good stuff, simply to contribute. So thanks for this kind of invitation. I wish I could be with you in Vienna with a glass of wine, discussing pretty much everything around our reality. It has not happened, but next time definitely. And thanks for your common efforts to bring this discussion forward, and for you definitely for the organizers. Okay, see you. And stay safe and healthy. What I should have said from the very beginning, and I really mean it.
Thank you very much. That's just 2 or 3 words, maybe.
Yes, I mentioned already at the beginning of the conference that it was Pablo's idea originally to have a discussion on this topic, and we also published a little bit on this, and now we have these other statements. Perhaps, as I would hope, perhaps some of these papers that were presented here could be transformed also into publications. I think, for instance, what I've heard today on Austrian-Ukrainian relations, on Azerbaijani-Ukrainian relations, on Slovak-Ukrainian relations, Czech-Ukrainian relations should be perhaps also published. I can only suggest at this point, if something bigger comes out of it, if we find enough authors that could even become a collected volume. If somebody wants to take the initiative to edit such a volume, there's a book series that I'm editing where such a volume could be published. But but this is only one format. These could be also single articles. They could be rather publicistic articles or academic articles. But I would always say it would be also nice to have something in writing. We have now recorded our conference, and it's good to have this then on YouTube and maybe on other formats as well. But it would be also good to have maybe some of these things outlined in a written way with sources and footnotes and quotes and so on, and then to have more publications on this. I think that this is a topic, the situation of Ukraine and also of Moldova and Georgia and perhaps even of Azerbaijan in this post-communist Central European, East European context that needs more highlighting and more analysis than there has been before. Because although I agree with Pavlo that the development in this area will not be linear, I'm afraid it's not going to include a soon enlargement of either NATO or the European Union. This may be a very long time away. So we have to discuss about the region without assuming that the EU and NATO will actually take in the remaining countries that have not yet become members in so far. And therefore, I think these topics need further analysis and publications.
Yeah, then I will say a very few words at the very end of this conference, this hybrid conference, which I don't know about you and the participants that joined us via Zoom, the lecturers that joined us via Zoom, but also the people who have watched our live stream experience this. But I have to say, I had a lot of fun. I'm a bit surprised how well everything worked, to be honest, because I was very happy when Andreas contacted us if we want to do something together, because it fits what we're working on. I have been working with Ukraine since over a decade. I have a lot of contacts and friends there, and so I was completely up for it. Then COVID sort of like destroyed the whole physical idea. Then we had a second start, and it's almost destroyed it again. But overly confident, I said, okay, we're going to make this work. It's going to happen. And I can be fully honest now, I didn't know if it would actually happen. But from what I've seen, it sort of worked. It can certainly not replace a proper discussion, especially because if everything is live streamed, we can't have that glass of wine that Pavlo mentioned, but maybe we have a chance afterwards now where we turn off the cameras. I would like to say thank you very much for everyone who participated, everyone who presented. I absolutely agree we should continue pursuing this. And if we have options and if we can be of use, we happily will be to foster this discussion and also to use maybe other formats of getting the things out here. I would also like to thank the people who have watched the live stream and that still joined us after 4.5 hours, that are still there. And I'm checking, it's surprising in a positive way. And of course, I would like to say thank you very much to Rainer Kluczek and Andreas Umland, who have been partners in organizing this conference. So if you want to check again what we have discussed, we are going to work on the video and make the different presentations and also the different questions available to skip directly to that if you want to, so that you don't have to watch the whole 4 hours. So in order to stay informed what we do, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, also like and follow on Twitter, IDM Vienna, but also the Pan-Europa Union and the Ukrainian Institute for the Future. And one last thing that I have to say, because I'm pretty sure that it would not have run so smoothly if it wouldn't have been for the people that are in the back. Yeah, it's a bit like conferences are a bit like politics. Sometimes the most important people are not the ones who are visible. So a big thank you to the 2 trainees of IDM that kept the live stream up and running in the background and also took care of taking in the questions and bringing in the people that wanted to ask questions. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for being with us here. And I hope to see you very, very soon.
Good.